All right, welcome guys, welcome. And I finally got my hands on Republica, the DLC for Shadow Empire. It actually was sent to me last week, but I had a setting on my ISP, I guess it is, or like, basically where my emails were coming through. I've got a few different email accounts, and both of them were set to the spam filter was actually getting in the way, and so it wasn't even coming through to my junk mail. It was actually being caught on my server, and I thought that I had whitelisted, the Slytherin content, but I hadn't done it properly. I have now, and I do now have the actual DLC. Wow, this is an incredible DLC. I've got to say, this is just amazing. There we go. So, hi Began, how are you going? This is when I started looking at the actual content, I got it. How long ago? Maybe 8 hours ago. I've been asleep for half that time. But sorry about my voice as well. It's sort of getting a bit croaky again. So I've picked up Legionnaire's disease somehow, and it's sort of it's been knocking me around for months and months. So it's sort of I'm like a bit of a yo-yo with my voice. So I do apologise for that. Anyway, let's get into it. So, I will try to not waffle on too much with this, because there's a lot to cover, and I do want to sort of cover it all, and I will have to waffle on a bit about what's actually happening through here. I think what I'll do is I'll just get started. You can see down through here, I'm using version 1.330A, which has got the Shadow Empire based content, Oceania DLC, and Republica DLC. Which is currently in progress. So this is not launched yet. This launches in a day or two. So you will be able to pick it up very, very soon. And this is unlike Oceania, that I really struggled with, to be honest, just in terms of the lack of naval content, which I believe will be fixed, but I'm not sure when. But the Oceania DLC for me was sort of a disappointing DLC, which I said at the time, like it wasn't really something that I thought it needed. I thought it needed to have naval combat in that to make the ocean worlds really sort of something that was going to be, much more meaningful than the maritime trade houses that they ended up with. So I'm pretty sure that the Oceania DLC is going to ultimately change with naval forces in the future. I'm not sure how far off that will be, but I do believe there'll be something done to correct that. And I've always felt that was going to be the case. Like I didn't for one instance think that it would be left like that, which is still taking a long time because we've got Republica DLC, for example, coming in. But I think the next sort of launches of the game will be to sort of try to fix those sorts of things, I think. So that's sort of my understanding as to where we actually are. I should actually have a look to see what Vic's got on his thing. We can actually do that right now, actually. Just see if there's anything. Shadow Empire has been publicly released. That was 1.3. It doesn't go. There's nothing that goes back there suddenly. There's a lot of talking about the AI, which I will talk about actually. So there's a lot to talk about. Then we go back to September, which is so nothing much there in terms of anything we can sort of see back in his in terms of it being a roadmap as to where things are going. Anyway, let's get back to the actual game itself. So we're going to start a new game, and then we'll talk about the DLC. So you can see through here, we've got like AI-generated content now all the way through the game. You can turn that off if you don't like it. So it won't be in preferences. It's actually deeper in the game. The preferences are purely sound preferences. But as we get into the actual game itself, we then can sort of chop and change things a little bit if you don't like it. I was actually... my actual day job is I'm a graphic designer, so I sort of and for me my career is I'm old. I'm getting old now, so it doesn't really matter to me so much. But I know that younger artists are going to really struggle against AI in the future. So I sort of do take a more of a negative view on it than a positive view, but I do sort of see the writings on the wall. And certainly I've got to say that with the immersion factor of having these graphics in the game is exponential. Like it actually really does enhance the game a lot. So from a gamer's perspective, I think it's great. From an artist's perspective, I think, they're handling it a different way. Anyway, let's just get into it. So Falcon's saying, the Return of Shadow Empire, yes. So we'll start a new game. Let's just get into it, and then we can I can then talk about what the Republica actually brings into it. So start a new game in through here. And I won't spend too much time explaining how this works, but this is one of the most intricate and sort of immersive systems of actually building a random map that has ever been put into any game. The only game that is even sort of like on the same level, I won't even say that it surpasses this, is Dwarf Fortress is the only other one that really sort of does things with any sort of degree of intricacy like this. These two games stand out on their own in terms of setting up the random maps. Now, I think we'll just go as unclassified. Like this is actually one where you can. I think you can do it without the DLC. So Oceania DLC can or will be used when you pick this as planet class. This can be anything. So I might just start there, and we'll just sort of get going. We'll probably be restarting at different times. The history, this sort of like is an algorithm that sort of pushes the structure of the final presentation for you into a certain direction. What I've got is I've got the spread out, so the mages will have much more chance to be further away from each other. Good option for play by email games, but also it's a good one to play just where you actually push everything right away from each other in terms of the mages. And I've got Mayhem mode as well, which came through in the 25th anniversary for Slytherin. So, Matrix, sorry, here we go. The 25th Matrix anniversary Mayhem mode adds more treasures, smaller zones, and more dangerous AI, minor and major regimes. So you end up with sort of like, it's a harder way of playing. So just keep that in mind. And you get all sorts of different things into here. I know that a lot of new players just go straight for alien life. I actually don't really... I don't mind if there's alien life on a planet, but I don't look for it. It's one of those things where it can actually just get in your way and make life difficult when you don't want it to be difficult. So for me, if it's not there, I'm happy. If it is there, that's fine as well. So we'll just let it go. We'll just go continue. We'll go through detailed planet generation, and I'll try to get through this one as fast as possible. I will go with Fog of War. I'll know the map otherwise complete. So I think it's more realistic that we would know the topology of the and topography of the actual map itself. Johan Hawke is saying, speaking of immersion, there is something to be said about the use your imagination kind of immersion as seen in classic Dwarf Fortress. Yes, absolutely. Look, and it's one of those things, it is contentious, the AI side of things, but I'll show you like where it is, how to switch it off if you don't like it. Like for example, Pymus, the modder, has actually done a lot of work to build his own graphics up for the game as a mod. And so if you do want to, for example, download Pymus's mods and use them instead, you can definitely do that, which is also very immersive as well. So different ways of actually approaching it. I will be playing with the AI generated content turned on in this one, even though my stance is always a bit more negative towards it, but I do see. For me, it actually has added to the to my experience with the game. So just putting it out there as a hard fact. And Kalikajenko saying in the interview with Battle Mode, Vic mentioned that he will add naval units after the release support of Republica. Of course, it's a roadmap. Nothing. It is a roadmap. Nothing fixed. Yeah. So yeah, I knew it was coming soon. I haven't seen actually. I'll have to look at that interview. Actually, I haven't sort of. Had a chance yet to have a look at that one. I'm pretty time poor at the moment. Anyway, detailed planet generation, know the map otherwise complete, Fog of War, one human player. We've got city-state start. I think I'll just go one zone, so just one city-state. 2 armies per zone does give you a bit of a boost along. It makes everything else stronger as well, but let's go that way. It's just going to allow us to stabilise a little bit faster. Politics difficulty level. Now this is actually this is now the new stuff that's starting to come in with Republica, and so I'm just going to put it on regular for now. So that is essentially now it doesn't say. I think that's there anyway as well. To be honest, to a degree, there's actually I think even the base game has got some of it. I think otherwise it would actually have DLC or something like that underneath there. But anyway, that's sort of we'll go with that one through there. Won't worry about any of the story modules. Development, I'll start with tech level 4. I think that's a good start when you are playing the game. Max Vanderberg is then saying, yeah, the new AI art looks fine, mostly an improvement. It is, but it does detract. Like if it was a AAA game, I'd be more pissed off than it literally just being a game with a single developer. Like this is that sort of, I think, is where the difference sort of, to me, sort of lies in terms of I can see that like for a single indie developer, it certainly does makes it more interesting. So Johan Hawke is then sort of saying politics difficulty. I think it means partisanship. Anyway, let's continue on. Air Force is enabled. I'll leave them on. Advanced politics back in through here again as well. I'm assuming that's DLC related. Development speed, I'll just go normal. I do normally I normally like it on slow. But only the Supreme Command Council. We'll just go start that way. Difficulty level, I'll go regular just so that we can actually sort of move forward fairly fast. So we'll actually sort of go that way, and I won't worry about any of the game variants. So regular, I'm used to playing on hard, which gives me like that for me is my level. So I will actually, but I think I'll play back on regular just so we can sort of try to move through the game relatively quickly. So Eurodrone is saying, I'm in the minority on this, but honestly, the kind of bad art that was in the game previously was weirdly charming. I know what you mean. Some people don't really gel with that kind of thing, but I always thought it added a character to the game. It's got the Eurojank charm. It's weird. Like it's sort of people have commented that it looks like 1990s graphics, the old style, which it sort of does. And to be honest, I actually don't like that style of art in any way. Like it's sort of there's certainly worse styles, but it's something for me that it's not immersive. It actually does the opposite for me. It sort of makes the game less immersive. But the game, let's face it, the game is really played on the as a tactical sort of combat game. It's like almost like a war game. So it's so not that you're really looking at the graphics all the time anyway. So we'll just get there. We'll just go continue. Now I'm just going to I'll just take anything at this stage pretty much. The only thing I'm going to look at, there's a few little things I'm going to be careful of. I want to have heavy elements well over 100%, 139%. I'm happy with that. The reason for that is my minerals count on the actual on the planet, and that's going to then allow the planet to develop fairly well. By the way, I will just point out, my old mod for the game is still active, where it actually tells you what the terrain is, which is important in the when you actually are like trying to figure out the tactical aspects of the game. It can be hard to sort of differentiate between plains, hills, and mountains. There's actually a point there where it's difficult to tell what's what, and also some of the forest levels, and that can also be difficult to tell with the base game. So I'll show you after we get started where that mod is if you do want it. But for me, I can't play without it, and I haven't been able to play without it since I've built it many years ago now. So it's sort of one of those things where I don't normally sort of just automatically recommend my own stuff. Not that, like, it's freely available, but I do highly recommend that mod in terms of being able to understand what's going on in the actual game itself. Okay, so we'll just go with this one here. Everything counts in this development. Everything. The solar irradiance, this means that we're going to be, we've got low solar irradiance, which means solar panels aren't going to work as well. So things like that. 4.6 billion years is going to mean that we're most likely going to have the development of life, and most likely sentient life, when you sort of see that sort of degree of age. And that's because we're around essentially almost like a red star, like an orange-red K5 star, which means that it's very old. And so map size there, like the very old stars can be around for a long period of time. So that's sort of where we are through there. Overall temperature is cold because these are cold stars. They burn slowly. The tilt is going to then give us big seasons. The spin is 34 hours. Everything basically has a play in the game. Now it's only a 93 by 38 map size, so it's a small map. Let's just go continue. Now we have what we end up getting through here. So it's a desert planet without surface water. The planet will have a thin atmosphere, so only 356 millibars. The highest mountain is 11 kilometers high. The planet is still geologically active, so there will be volcanoes. And again, if I just zoom back out, and sort of zoom. This is now the heights that we sort of see. We've got ravines that are running through as well, like in through this little area. We've got mountain ranges. So that is pretty much the whole planet. If I just use the arrow keys, it just goes back from there to there. That's the only water on the. Oh no, there's a bit up the top there as well. And this is the depth. When you see that's the depth of the water on the planet. This looks interesting. There's some choke points in through the mountains. The mountains really do stop you from moving around in the game. So, as we sort of come back into these mountain ranges, you'll sort of see that there's craters here at this point in time. I just love this aspect of the game, and I don't want to get too caught up in what there is. There's some swamps down there. There's no real river systems because there's just not enough rainfall. So that may change in the next screen, but we'll see what actually happens. Let's just go and go with that one. We'll just go continue. Now, this such thin atmosphere is really not going to be conducive to aircraft, to be honest, no matter what happens. So just go continue with this one. So wind speed as well. This is often an indicator as to whether you're going to be able to use aircraft. You want to get up to at least six meters per second wind speeds, as average wind on the planet, and we don't have that. So, and rainfall is, so there's no water, but everything it's freezing cold. It's a freezing cold desert world. So this will be something that will most likely, there we go, it's actually full of ice. So this is we do actually have, and all we've got 10-meter large carnivores. These are vertebrate analogues, so they've been around for a long time. No sentient life form on this particular world. This one here is, so it's a big desert world, but it does have the Maxicorps tetrapod. Land-dwelling large 10-meter carnivore. It resembles a vertebrate analog, so it's like bones, essentially. It's chemistry. And so you can have different analogs that come from different things. And you'll see there that we've got bacteria, algae, seaweed, sponge analogs, coral, moss, trilobite analogs. This is like the starting point for life. Mollusk analog, vertebrate analog, there we go, protovascular plants. So we do actually have cloud forests. So there are actually very, very high forests on this map. So like there's big forests. And if I just go back and push this one back again, so we do actually have like a permafrost all the way through, and we then have these big cloud forests back in through here, just in very, very small areas on the map. Now, the permafrost is going to make life slow for us. These are permanently frozen lakes. We can mine them for water if we need to. But this is now we're sort of seeing these escarpments that are still prevalent on the actual map itself. And so this is before anyone actually arrives on the planet. So that's sort of what's happening. There's some cloud forest back up in through here as well. So there's just on the poles. So we've got like these different cloud forests coming back in. And again, that mod that I've got, well, you'll sort of be able to sort of see it in through here. But this is like, for example, without the mod, you can see there that there's two mountains there, and then there's hills all the way around here. So this is a hill. That's a mountain. What's the difference between this and this? If you didn't have the little helper symbol, you wouldn't know. And this is what I mean. Like the helper for me is incredibly, like the terrain mod that I've got is very, very helpful. Like in terms of being able to see things, you can see like the sparse forest from the tall trees. And so again, this in combat, these play a big role. All of these things play a big role. Hills are hard to cross with roads and railroads, etc., but the mountains are almost impossible. So, and certain units can get onto the hills, but not the mountains. So it's very important to know what's what. But this is a perfect example, actually, of where without this terrain mod, it's very difficult to see what's where. And so even with these, we've got hills with forest, for example, hill with forest back in through there again as well. So I'll show you in a minute where that is if you do want to download it for yourself. It's very simple to install. It does replace base game files, but it certainly is helpful. Yeah, actually, Cloud Forest did have a different symbol. They had a more of a rounded top. This is just normal heavy forest. I'll see if I can find one that is Cloud Forest. Nothing there. So the cloud forest is the biggest one that we have, is what it was saying. So there should be another one somewhere. Just go back up the top here and just see if I can find one. It's got like a cloud sort of symbol above it. I'm not seeing it there. I'm just seeing like just normal forest there. Just go back across. None of those are cloud forest, I don't think. Nope. Just got some hills down that way. And they're not cloud forest. They're not cloud forest. I'm not sure where the cloud forest actually is. The map wraps east-west, of course. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know where it is. Anyway, it's it may not be there. It may just be technically. The cloud forest is just a really, really tall trees. Let's just go back to it. So it does say cloud forest in through there. Anyway, we won't get too caught up in all of this, so we'll just go continue. Now we have the colonization occurs. So then we've got these different locations in here now where there's, if I just zoom back out. So these are all the, this is actually where settlements have sort of come back through. There'll be one called Landing, which is going to be where the people actually first sort of start. As we sort of have a bit of a look around, where is Landing? Where is Landing? So this is actually the when the Republic is sort of thumping along. I'm seeing Landing in through there. Landing is always, yeah, there it is. There, Landing is always your mega city. Essentially, this is where the people arrive at this particular location, and then build it out. Every hex is 300 kilometres across, so this is a monstrously large city that's actually been built up in around here, and this will then become ruins once the Dissolution War starts. So, and the thing I like about the graphics that have been done for the game, like the AI graphics, is it does give you that. It really gives you that dystopian feel about what's actually happening in here. So anyway, that's where we are there with colonization, and we've got up to a big population here. So it'll be that like in 66 AD, essentially, 66,000 AD, a mining company showed interest in the planet. Mining, they then started to mine ores, and we can see there that the mining economy, by the time we end up with the final amount, has changed a lot. And so the mining, it started off as a mining planet and then sort of moved through into becoming more of a services planet. So just because the population increased so much, if we were sort of like under 100 million, the mining sector would probably be up around 20 or 30% as an example. So that's fine. We just go continue there. Now we have the Dissolution War. This goes for about 200 years, and this is sort of the collapse of civilization. And so we then actually, you can see now that around where Landing was is now a nuclear wasteland. So this is like a Fallout world, I guess, to a large degree. So the Dissolution War, we're down to 1.5 million people. We have mainly scavengers and raiders, no hunters or farmers, because the planet was just never set up for that. Like it was just when it was randomly created, and with all the other bits and pieces, just the planetology doesn't allow for farming. Which so farming is, or everything has to be done in domes, and so we can sort of see there's a whole lot of different things that then end up sort of happening in through here. I wish that this was even more exposed in the game than what it actually is. Just to know sort of which groups you were sort of back with. If I just go and close this one off, see that was Landing. It's probably now just some sort of uninhabited wasteland, I would guess. You can sort of see there's borders in around here, but this is all just like massive terrain through this other side as well. But with there's a lot of nuclear fallout in that portion of the world. Then we're starting to sort of see different groups have set up into along this road system. If I zoom back out again, we'll sort of get a bit of a feel. So we've got like a major faction there, a minor faction there, I think. Different groups coming back in this way. A big road network out through this other side. A little settlement out on its own back over here somewhere. So this is actually what's left after the Dissolution War, and you can see there that there's the radiation is not dramatically bad now, but it would have been at one point. So it's sort of survivable. It's not going to impact us too much in terms of our soldiers. Now this is interesting. This is actually a with that mayhem turned on. The other majors will end up having, like, this one's already got like 3 cities, and it's now got a rail network connected to it, so it's actually already developing really, really solidly. So we're going to be behind that one. This one as well is another major faction with 3 settlements. There should be at least 3 of them, I think. We're probably going to be the one starting down the bottom here, I would guess, in Mica Point. I would imagine that will be our start. Yeah, there's another one down there with 3 different groups in through that side as well. So that's sort of where they are. This can also, depending on what actually happens, through the course of both the settlement and then the dissolution war, it can also then terraform parts of the planet, which in this case it hasn't. But this is now all ruins, so there's sort of monstrously large ruins. The advantage we're going to have is this road network. We're going to have a series of victims essentially all the way up, and we're going to have access to landing eventually. So if we can actually go all the way up along this point, this road here, that's going to be good for us ultimately in the long term of the game. So anyway, that's going to be our long-term goals. I'm assuming we're going to be starting down here. We may start up in here, but I don't think we will. Cap point. We'll sort of find out when we get into it anyway. So, because we're not going to, the fog of war is going to turn off, and we won't see even road networks, but we will see the topology, or topography actually, sorry, of the game. We'll just go continue. This is a summary of what actually happened. So it's actually mainly got Xenon is the main element that we actually have in through there. Air pressure is also around about the same as that was where we had it. We had 0.3 G gravity. It's technically, we could actually fly aircraft, but it's just not going to be viable. Not really going to be worth it, I don't think. So we've got 4 major regimes and 22 minor regimes. Let's start the game. So we sort of get this one going. So hi Battle Moose, how you going? And Istar, hi. And Face Pillar saying looks more like a dense forest. Yeah, I remember Cloud Forest had a different symbol. It did indeed. So this is actually now the newish stuff that we're sort of seeing, and so the game is now really built as if like now from the perspective of the dissolution war, and so we have like the regime heraldry. I'll just change the primary color to I'll make it sort of like a yellowy color, I guess, and then we'll just go to the unit color. I'll make that into an orangey color. Why not? I did have another mod as well, a Star Wars symbols mod, which I haven't bothered installing. Let's go with, so we can actually just have three of them. I don't know which way I'm going to play. I normally just play random, and I think I will do that this time. So I'm going to choose B, no matter what B ends up being. There's 3 different things we have to now go and do. So we'll just go that way. This will be Blood State. I'm happy with that name. But you can sort of see down through here, like this is like obviously some sort of school where they're going through I guess either the previous history about the Galactic Republic, and while in the background their city burns. And this is sort of like, like we do live in a dystopian world. It's reminds me very much of the Fallout series, basically, just with the overall graphical approach. But for me, it does add to it. I'm happy to play with these graphics turned on. So, great cities were destroyed in the Dissolution War. The remainder of humanity dispersed into the wastelands, hiding, scavenging, fighting, trying to scrape out a living, trying to survive. The forefathers of our state were among them. So we're sort of seeing the different bits and pieces back up here. They were not alone. So I'm just going to go with B. So we have these choices make a big difference now. These actually have a massive in Republica DLC. They set up exactly what you're going to have. So they fought, and at a huge cost they chased them off. So enforcement, we're going to go enforcement. Government, you're going to end up with different sorts of things. Our history, though, will be enforcement, which means we're going to be much more authoritarian in our overall approach. So they wrote a book on law and enforce it strongly. So this one we end up with mind. This is going to be sort of more where we more end up going with the more sort of like scientific. It will be sort of like where we end up with this one. And we're going to go meritocracy. So this is going to be much more of a technocracy type sort of start for us. So against corruption and the lack of progress, so meritocracy is going to be the important thing for us. So this is actually now very, very important, which one you choose in here. This is going to dictate your starting point for the Republica system. So you've got democracy, meritocracy, and autocracy. They're the 3 major categories of government types. So we are choosing our first government type in through here. Now, what's interesting is this first report. When I click on, like, this is actually where to help with the immersion, they've actually changed so that depending on what your setup for your planet is, you'll end up with different ways of showing the different group. So, for example, this first one, the guys should come in with helmets on. So, if we just go and start the turn. Yeah, so these have got helmets. There are forests on the planet, so these change depending on what type of planet you have. So if you have a like a farming world, these won't have the enviro suits on, but they do. So there's a lot of little graphical things that they've been able to add in. Even that one there, we've got the symbols. I didn't even notice that before. That's pretty cool, actually. I got to say, like it's. I like there's a lot of options, I guess, that have come into the game. I wonder if that would actually, I don't think it could change if you have something that's not the symbol that you chose. I'm really looking forward to testing all this stuff. Now, this also changes depending on which government type you choose. If you choose meritocracy, you end up with all of these basic sort of science types people back in around here. So this is actually the Senate floor essentially for a meritocracy. So you are the president of blood state. Some subjects cheer your ascension, but not all. You have to hail and address the state as soon as possible. So again, for me, the graphics work well, just from an immersion perspective. And then we actually have new zeitgeist wanders through the land. We're entering a time of learning. The effect is you'll get extra research bonus. The current strength of this effect is light. We gain 300 research bonus points in 6 turns. The effect of a time of learning will come into full force. And again, this changes as well depending on which zeitgeist you actually have running in the game. So this is actually one where we, a science one essentially for the time of learning, with the different types of units, and again with the ruined landscape. For me, it actually adds a lot to the overall feel of the Dissolution War. I know it's confusing. Like, it used to be confusing for people when they were actually playing the game to actually sort of get a feel. Like, I used to just call it a Mad Max world, was sort of like to try to give it perspective. But for me, this actually really does put it much more Fallout sort of area, where you've got like the sort of like dystopian type governments now that are sort of in the world, where you've then got to interact with them or destroy them, depending on what you're then going to be doing. But we're going to be playing meritocracy. So we end up with a fair few things. This is interesting. We now have a rebellion card straight away. So a dark plot we never knew existed has come to fruition. Rebels are rising up against us. So we can actually sort of do that one and get 6 fate points. I don't know if that will actually then end up doing stuff ultimately back with the Republica DLC, because rebellion and revolution is actually a viable path for you now, which is interesting. So this one here, this is a fate stratagem, normally executed by your secretary. A new leader will be placed in your reserve pool. So that's going to be a high-level scientist, I would imagine, which is actually a good one for us to play straight away. So we'll probably do that one immediately. Exotic combat drug back in through there. So this one is going to be giving a combat bonus of plus 50%. I might wait until we've actually got like a unit that's viable for that one. And then Labour Day back in through here as well. An ancient feast to celebrate the toil and labours of the workers. This is a fate stratagem. So now worker happiness also plays a massive, massive role in like, not just, it was before anyway, but now there's so many things that now intertwine with Republica. Anyway, let's just go back through here. Offer protection, recruit merc, send spy, and open contact. All right, that's fine. We'll just keep them sort of coming back through. Everything now really does intertwine incredibly well with the game. So I'm just going to go back through. Again, when we sort of see the little stars above different groups, we can sort of see that they're in charge of a faction. And so we'll only start off with 2 factions. The workers and bureaucrats, in this case, meritocracy goes up by 11. If we choose this one here, we've got 2 people that want to actually have this one. Without even looking at the others, I'm thinking I'm just going to go that way, because that's already going down the track that we're heading. We can start to push for other other changes of government, essentially, if we wanted to. But this guy here is much more about democracy, whereas these guys are much more about meritocracy. So we'll just go that way. Just go to C and push that one forward. That's going to make the other 2 a bit happier. So I'll just go and click on OK. Now, the new organisation, because we've got the Sage card, I'll probably end up just sort of choosing something else. I might actually, sorry, I've actually been playing this on a small screen. Sorry, guys, I'm just going to go and, oh, no, I'm not. No, I did change it. I thought I was still playing it on the Roll the Waves screen. It's just my the way I've got it set up. I was looking at it smaller than what it normally is. I'm just going to change where my head sits, so I'll just move across to the left-hand side. Just bear with me. I've got to sort of guess where this ends up, unfortunately. So, where is it? Back over here somewhere, I think. Give that a go. See if that works. I'll just go a little bit higher. There we go. Actually, you can see it now. And just make it a little bit smaller. There we go. That should be okay. There's a lot that goes on in the screen, so I'll just sit there, and that will then work out well. Just lock that one away. There we go. All right, so we'll come back to the new organisation. We don't have to go through every single one of these. We also have a zone decision as well. So zone city upgrade already, which is great. So we can upgrade the small town of Pacifica to a big town. Now this is going to cost me 10 political points, which I'll sort of try to explain what all these different things are. I've only got 23 to start with. So it may be better for me not to play that one just yet, but generally it will be a good thing for me to do. So I'll come back and have a look at that one through there. So let's just go back and we'll come back and do those. We don't have to do them all in one go. Now I've moved off, unfortunately, from where we were. Yet we are down where we thought we were going to be starting. So let's just go and have a look. WASD keys don't work. You have to use the where are we? There we are. So we're just down in this other side. So this is our starting point. Now we didn't actually end up with anything. There is actually this other group back over through here. If I press the number 1 key, it then turns off all of the actual units, so I can then at least see what's actually happening. And we actually have right on our doorstep here, we've actually got a group that we know nothing much about, the Leloy sort of group. This is a zone of Leloy. It's the LSR commune, so the commune is going to be a clue as to what we can expect there. This one should be relatively friendly, but it's right where we want to be growing. So I think that we'll actually, and Pacifica is actually the, has changed, is the name of the city that we actually have. So if I just go back across, I'm pretty sure if we go straight up from where we are, we should then find landing. Oh no, we didn't find it. Where are we then? We may have started in a different position. Let me have a look and see. I assumed I was going to find landing directly above me. There it is there. No, we're miles away. So that other group that we were looking at is over here somewhere. So we don't actually have that. So we're actually out on our own. We're a little outlier. Miles away from everywhere. But there is actually a road network that does continue on through. So we can still follow this road network around to sort of see where things actually end up going. So we actually don't get to see where the road is until we actually sort of go and check it all out. Now, in terms of, let's just get through the what Republica adds to the game, just so that if you're sort of on the fence about the DLC, at least I can then talk about what it does and how it then works. So when we come back across, I'll just go and click anywhere in our zone, so we can sort of have at least all this stuff coming back through there. Nothing new in here. So this is all going to be the same stock standard base game. Back and through here, we then actually have the meritocracy as our major sort of group in through here. This one will then put pressure on what happens with the rest of the essentially with the politics. And so we end up getting like this. These give different sorts of things. Like for the so, for example, meritocracy denotes that your nation strives to get the best people into the highest positions. It can give regime feats of senates, accomplished envoys at meritocracy 40, and 3 turns as the highest. Actual sort of. What is they called, profile. So that for that profile there, it's going to sort of start to add to different things. As it gets stronger and stronger and stronger, we end up getting bigger and bigger sort of feats, which essentially are like cards or effects that sort of happen in the actual game itself. Key effects, the prerequisite faction profile for getting into an aristocracy. And so this is actually something the meritocracy actually then can either degrade, I don't know if it's a degrade or an upgrade. So interaction with other profiles, this profile limits the democracy profile or autocracy limits this profile. So the higher this one goes, the more pressure it puts on democracy. And the higher that autocracy goes, the more pressure it puts on meritocracy. You can see the little arrows there. Democracy will put pressure onto autocracy. I forget exactly how the numbers here work, but you can have, it's sort of like, it's out of 100, but then there's also extra points on top of it as well. I won't go through exactly how that one does work. But this one now starts to play a big role in the way that the game actually does play out. If we go across into the management screen, excuse me, this is actually our zone in through here. We'll come back and look at this one. This hasn't changed. When we have a look at the profile, so this is actually the things that we end up getting. This hasn't changed, but the next one we can look at next will actually sort of relate to that one. So at this point in time, we've got 59 in meritocracy, which then opens up the chance to pick up sorts of feats in through here, regime feats. So accomplished envoys, capable supervisors, and so these will actually then give us little bonuses along the way. We also have mind as giving us the technology fascination as well. So there's a chance that we're going to end up with techno majors, for example, that can be applied to units, etc., etc. We should also have got enforcement there as well, where we can get military police. So these shape the way that your civil structure sort of works. Politically, we have a new tab in here now, and so politically, we actually are starting off with meritocracy level 0. And so what actually happens with this is, and this will take a little bit of explaining how it all sort of works, but this is very intricate. And so what you'll sort of see through here is you've got democracy, meritocracy, and autocracy. They can either go down and, so for democracy, if it sort of goes into a negative sort of phase, it will then go into a spoiled democracy back and through there. And it can also go into a syndic democracy through there. For us, we can go into an oligarchy, or we can actually go into an aristocracy. So they're the three different things we can do with meritocracy back and through that side. So and then autocracy can go into a tyranny or a fanatical or autocracy. So these are still sort of negative, and they do actually change the structure of what actually happens in your civilization. So for us at meritocracy level 0, we're sort of heading towards workplace pride. So we're going to get, your nation does not have this regime feat. You must reach the political system meritocracy level 1 in order to have a chance to receive it through political stratagems. If we're proud of our work, we'll be more happy. So we get +2 happiness for worker and populations as we sort of move through. So as we go through this system, we don't move quickly out of this system into the other systems, but we end up sort of trying to develop initially along whichever path we sort of decide to go with. And then after that, different things there'll be pressure put onto it. And I don't know if it'll show it in here. This is then sort of showing next political stratagem pact is coming in 1 round. Next political system level comes in 3 rounds. So we should get to level 1 in 3 rounds' time. So that will then give us the chance to then pick up more packs back in through here in terms of cards and stuff we can then go and play. And the political stratagem rarity, these are going to be the sorts of cards we can then pick up based on what our current level is. Back and through here, the stratagem rarity modifier. So this is actually based on our leader. So 50% is not great. So we've got a pretty shitty leader by the looks of things. And the neighbor system strategies in through here. So I'm not exactly sure how this one works. Technocracy back in through that other side, 0%. So this is actually percent from the meritocracy through to oligarchy. Now, it's got government, apparatchik, and public sector. Now, I've never heard of the word apparatchik before, so I looked it up. What that is if you end up with essentially almost like they're like union leaders, for example, things like that, where they actually sort of are people involved in the workforce, but also connected to government. So they're sort of like a group, and I don't know where the word comes from, but just in the game, that's actually what that refers to. So nothing we have to really worry about so much. Anyway, that's the new stuff that we end up having. So in there, there's still more. If we go back out to the map and then go across to the reports, so that's interesting on its own to a degree. But this is fascinating, this next thing I'm going to show you. This is the political system. So we've got the political system report back and through here. Wherever you start, you're going to have like a different type of approach to what you then go and do. And it's a complicated the way it does work. The way that sort of Vic, the developer, describes it is that you don't have to know it. You can just intuitively play the game and you'll do okay. But if you do want to actually understand what's going on, there's a system now called Virtus, which is this one up through here. And so Virtus, the key and most important score, it represents the intangible life force, positivism, willingness to sacrifice for the greater good. It's sort of like a community, how connected the community is to the actual current system. That will slowly rust over time and degrade. And so what you then need to happen with the Virtus aspect is it will, as it goes weaker and weaker, you can then end up with all sorts of problems, for example, with your troops not fighting as effectively, people don't believe in your regime anymore, things like that. And so and he sort of accelerated the way it happens. This is actually a concept from ancient Greece, I think. Like that, basically there's a Virtus system in any political system where eventually it'll just corrupt itself into it morphing into a new system. And so with meritocracy, what can happen here is as the Virtus sort of gets lower and lower, there will then be like eventually there'll be sort of like a corruption where it ends up becoming a purely an oligarchy. And so we'll end up in a different government sort of situation at that point as an oligarchy. And then this little screen here will then change to a different type of screen where other things can actually happen. So through the amount of rusting away with the meritocracy, we end up with an oligarchy back in through here. When that happens, when we do change to a new system, we get a big influx of Virtus again. So we end up with everyone sort of supporting whatever regime it happens to be. Through ideology, we can actually then become, so you need to have passed more rounds in the meritocracy system. So we need to have also the meritocracy system family 180 factions, so it's 180 minus factions attitude towards aristocracy. So we haven't met those conditions yet, but ideologically, the people can actually then ask for us to be changed into an aristocracy. So we can do that one through ideology. We then actually have other things where when the Virtus system actually sort of goes down low enough, we can then actually have like an orderly change to autocracy back and through here. And again, there'll be different, so you need the autocracy profile greater than or equal to 50 and meritocracy profile less than 30. So currently autocracy profile is 33 and meritocracy profile is 59. So we're sort of like miles away from that one through there. So that's sort of what we need for just to be an orderly change into an autocratic system. So we can sort of delve into like just a base system again. And then we've got military coup in through here as well. You need to have an outside pressure level of at least 1,000 points. And a military coup potential percentage of 50%. You currently have 0 in both of those. So that will then just build up pressure. Again, there's all these new systems in Republica. This is really cool. You don't have to know what's happening because you can just sort of go along with the ride, but you can monitor these different things. For this one here, we have an orderly change back up through here. You need to have, again, the democracy profile high and the meritocracy profile low. And then we've got popular uprising again through here. So this is actually, you need a private decline level of at least 1,000 points and a popular complicity score of 20%. So we have 0 in both of those as well. So these are different. It's very complex what he's actually built into this. Like this is it's a work of art that he's actually done. It's really, really mind-blowingly beautiful. And so whichever system we choose, we're going to end up playing in a and it's going to take a long time for it to play out. But this is actually now what we're playing with, sort of underneath the hood with the politics. So as we thump our way through the game, all of these things are starting to now put pressure on the central government. And this is, I find this just such a brilliant system that he's actually sort of built into it. Now, we also have the Virtus report. So momentum calculations will show up after round 11 and onwards. So we're not really sort of seeing the specifics of it, but we have a slight increase. And so we've got entropy there is essentially what's going to happen over time. So minus 0.4 Virtus for entropy with the Senate on regular difficulty. That will then, if you played on hard, that would go down even faster. And so we have at the moment high militancy. So again, we're going to be wanting to have a militia profile here, which is high, which will then keep the population sort of behind the political system. And the heart profile that we actually picked up as well is that we're going 0.2 vertex in through there. Now the heart profile is, that's enforcement. Where's heart? There it is there. So we're getting a little bit from that heart profile. So so if we could get that one higher, it's going to go like that would actually then sort of help with the with keeping the vertex in more positive. So that's sort of where that one is. The now I don't know if you want me to sort of start again so we can sort of see what a different system looks like, but that's essentially the way that sort of does work. And now we have another system as well, laws. So we don't have any laws yet because we're just starting off. So this is where really we're not going to see the impact of the DLC until we're sort of at least in the mid game, I wouldn't think. And so we've got the enacted laws. There's none showing through there. We've got these different. We've got social laws, tough laws, popular laws, militia laws, and constitutional category laws. We have possible laws. So these are all the different things that are possible. Where they, and this is the category that they're actually in. So, for example, under tough, you've got compulsory military service, and these all now have a bearing as to what can actually happen. So you can enact these laws depending on how you need things to sort of then go on with it. So it's sort of interesting. The laws now will actually end up pushing your civilization in certain directions with what actually does go on there. And we also then have the lower vertex laws. And so these are wealth tax, for example, is going to, with the vertices less than 80, if you want to avoid leaders hoarding all their credits, this tax will ensure their wealth will be redistributed. Any leaders with wealth suffer -1 relation per term. Wealth is taxed at 3%. So we can sort of do these sorts of things. These laws now have a big bearing again on what happens in the game. So it's not just military now. We are really sort of looking at very, very intricate systems, sort of what's going on in the actual game itself. So most of the other ones are pretty much the same. I don't think there's anything else we have to really look at through here. Let's just go back and start playing the game. Let me know if you do want me to restart. Just a more exotic word for bureaucrat. There we go. Now, I'll just read a few of the comments before we do that. But just let me know in the chat if you're happy for me to continue on with what we have, or if you want me to do a restart and then sort of so we can go back from there. Sever's redeemed a character. Can you name characters in the top management menu? Characters are the only way to name them. Now Vic was very reluctant to do it. I don't know if he ever put it in. But let's first of all just see if anyone, like if you guys do want me to just keep on playing this one, or if you prefer me to start again, just to sort of show like a different system, for example, and also like a different world generation as well, just the different types of worlds that you're going to end up with. But we'll just keep it going. So you're curious to see what autocracy looks like. Yeah, okay. Look, I can certainly sort of start and show you what that one does. In fact, let's just do all of them. Let's just go back out. So I'll come back to Sev with your redemption. I will just double check and see if we can do that one. If we just go back to the leaders, and wow, we've got our secretary, which is a really wasted position. Can we? Yeah, we can rename. There we are. We can rename. Okay, so this will be a DasTactic if you're watching this on Twitch. All right, let's have a look. Let's just go back out, generate a new world, and so I'll just go back across the map. Prefs, quit the game. Sure, yes. Start a new game. And I'll just choose, actually I'll just quickly with the world generation as well. Different, if you're new to the game, I strongly suggest that you play the Siwa class. What this is going to do is and I'll play this one just so you can see what this is going to do. This is going to give me Earth-like. I'll still keep the same stuff that we had there before. And I'll still keep all this the same as well. I don't think there's anything we need to really be changing back in there. Let's go continue. So this will give us the closest to like a G5 star. I think we're on a G2 ourselves. It's going to be slightly colder than the Earth, but again, you can see very, very long, heavy elements are okay. This is probably the easiest way to play the game, to be honest. It's still, still things can happen, but if we just sort of rattle through all of these, we don't have any sentient life form in this case. But you can see down through here, there's no hazards for anything pretty much, but there's no life really that's actually come back through. It's only microbiological. I'll re-roll that because generally you're going to end up with, yeah, here we go. So we've got shrubs and bushes on this particular world, so it's still very It's not great actually. I'll just do a reroll, another reroll. But we had sentient sapiens, vegetation level none. I'll just reroll. There's something that's happening here. Where there we go. We got cloud forests back in through there again, and we do actually have in this case sentience. Again, you don't. If you play with them, it'll be a bit more difficult for you. Just go continue. So this is colonization. It's still very much a desert world, but with life. And it's only went up to 22 million. And mainly, now the thing that you'll find, actually this is interesting, because we didn't end up with a lot of stuff, you'll see that raiders are still high, and the higher the raiders are, the more difficult your play will be when you're sort of playing the game. Farmers are the easiest way to play the game, so they'll actually sort of end up being the easiest ones to play with, and usually a Seaver class will give you farmers after the apocalypse has occurred. Hunters are also relatively good to play with. Scavengers and raiders are sort of more negative in terms of what you're going to find diplomatically on the worlds. We'll just go and start the game. Configure. So I'll choose. I'll just go OK there. So I'll choose. In this case, I'll still go enforcement. We'll go fist in this case. If we go with heart and just see what that actually does, and then we'll go autocracy back into here. It's only that autocracy one that really matters the most. See what I mean about this is now, and it has put that symbol up there. I should put I've got a mod pack for this as well. So and these guys, because they can breathe the atmosphere, they don't have the enviro suits on. It's pretty cool. And again, this is the autocracy start. So the autocracy start has these guys, which makes it feel very, very dangerous. That's the way it sort of goes. It's quite immersive. Now, this is actually a time of bureaucracy comes into full force, so we've got paperwork everywhere with all of the guys sort of doing their stuff. It's the same, a lot of the characters are the same characters. I won't worry about any of that stuff. I'll do one for democracy as well, so you can see the difference. Ascension speech, we'll just go... this is one where we actually can go with even more heart, so we'll just go that way. And we'll leave that one alone. So dismiss. So we do now have grasses. We've got forests in around where we actually are as well, with what we have there. If we go and have a look at the reports and go back to the political system, and so in this case, autocracy, we can we've got a palace revolution back through here to get up to meritocracy. We've got a popular uprising to give us democracy. We don't actually have the orderly change to democracy. It has to be the people have to rise up to wrest the power away to give us democracy. If we end up with low virtus, we end up with tyranny, and if through ideology, so like religion and stuff like that, we can actually end up with a fanatical autocracy back into here. So that's sort of, they're the different steps. So we can do an orderly change up to meritocracy, but it's sort of, it's a different sort of systems essentially that we sort of end up with in that sort of case. The Virtus report, yes, we're getting slightly more heart because the heart was slightly larger. We're getting this one up a little bit, but entropy is actually also a bit more negative. I don't know why. With the minus 0.5 Virtus for entropy with the Politburo. So the Politburo is our political system. We actually have in through here. Now this is actually a stratagem rarity modifier, 100% based on unrest. That's interesting. So the autocracy actually has a different measure. So the meritocracy is all about the leaders. This one is all about the actual unrest that you actually have in your civilization. So you need to keep the unrest down. Again, this is so intricate the way it sort of has worked. So which is very, very cool with what actually does actually happen. And we have also like violency. When we get playing, we'll actually sort of have a look at this one through here. But that's essentially autocracy back and through this other side. And again, we can devolve into tyranny or fanatical autocracy, where we end up with different sorts of cards that will then sort of come in and actually play a role in through there. So that's very, very cool the way it sort of all works. I really am so excited to be able to play this. It blew my mind when I was actually looking at it. What I've asked Slytherin if the actual manual will be available for people who don't have the game, because the manual is unbelievable. Like going through explaining what the system actually does do. It was actually reading the manual that actually made me more excited about the actual game than playing it. To be honest, at that, like when I was actually yesterday when I was looking at it, just because it really did put into perspective what's going on. In fact, I do have it open right now here. So there's pages upon pages upon pages of information about even what the thoughts were behind why this was built. This is the manual through here. This was then sort of showing on the dashboard the Virtus score, the Aperchick score in through here is sort of like having the workers. You may not be able to see that all that well. The Tyrant score in through there as well. So you got all these different sorts of things that now impact what does go on. We'll have a look at this in more detail once we actually sort of get started in a real game. So I'll just do one more, then we'll do another random start. And again, the political systems reports, we have, again, what we sort of saw through there, the current political system, the Virtus reports as to how things are then sort of impacting it. There's just mechanics overlaid onto other mechanics to make it super, super immersive. These are sort of like examples of laws, for example, the law pop-up, enact votes, etc. So there's a lot that goes on through here as you sort of get into it. And what I liked about reading about all this was was that it actually really put into perspective all the little nuances that were going on through there as well. So it represents a percentage of workers that have managed to bureaucratically entrench themselves. So these are apparatchiks are mostly doing management functions. They work long hours, blah, blah, blah. So it's actually interesting through there. Is a manual available? That's why I wanted to find out from Slytherin if they're going to make it available. I hope that they do, because I think it's going to sell the game. Like for people who are into these sorts of games, to be able to see, and I'm not even part way down. Like I'm only just scratching the surface here of all the stuff. And I'm not really looking at the detail here, but this scrolling, and I haven't read it all, of course. There's just so much, but it's very, very solidly thought out. So this is actually the political system and the change with the revolution. So you've got you've got the high Virtus can give you back a healthy version of the government system, and then you've got like radicalism in through there as well. You've got deliberate decisions to get like a radicalised version of the government system. So it's got all sorts of different things into here. Again, with the we've got the spoiled democracy, the oligarchy, the tyranny, for example. It really it covers so much. It's done so well. It's just brilliant. Just the thinking behind it is just next level, which isn't surprising because Vic really does sort of think. He's a genius, absolute genius when it comes to game development. He's just unbelievable. Anyway, you've got all these different uprisings, etc., etc. So it adds a hell of a lot of stuff. This is all still stuff to do with, like, this is now assassination attempts and leader resistance scores and stuff like this, how they all sort of impact the actual what happens. So the people involved now in your government are now going to be very, very, very important. You've got meritocracy. And, look, there's just so much detail in this. Just explaining again the way that stuff can then sort of happen with the, sort of like getting other sort of loops. Oligarchy can then have a popular revolution up to democracy. The aristocracy can actually have a military coup and then go into autocracy. So just everything sort of revolves and devolves around itself. It's just it sends a chill up my spine, to be honest, reading this. There's very few games do that to me, but this reading through here and even just skimming through it has really I'm thinking, wow, like we've still got shitloads to go. Like this just goes on and on and on and on and on. Like all this stuff is all to do with the actual with the Republica DLC. It's just mind blowing. What he's actually put into it. Then we get to the back end of it. But that's really just astounding. What an astounding addition. It's just really, really cool. His thoughts on the AI and VidCon graphics and stuff like that. But anyway, it's just it really. I hope that they make this manual available. And I don't know if it will most likely be sort of presented somewhere if it is. But anyway, that's the. I'll keep this open just in case we need to have a look at that. But that's the manual. Now, the reason the manual is so well fleshed out is because Vic uses it as a living document, and so the manual, when like he actually has a version of the manual where he just keeps on anything he codes into the game, he just types into the actual manual as he does it. So rather than actually having like a list of changes, he adds them as manual entries. So the manual is extremely good, and it is a living document. As there's changes in the game, the manual gets updated, which is a really good way of doing things. It sort of does smooth things out. Let's go and start off now with democracy, and we'll have a quick look and see what that looks like. So we're going to end up with sort of like different AI graphics there again as well. I find the graphics do actually enhance the game. I hate saying that, but it does for me. So we'll just go back out. We'll just go and start a new game. It's an incredible game. So I'm saying very clean looking game. Yes, no, it's just incredible. Facebook are saying Vic always kept the base manual up to date, so I hope that continues. Well, it sort of is. It's his actual way of keeping track of his changes. So it's not as if he has to. Most games will actually have a separate system for keeping track of what they're developing, and then have the manual built separately from that. That's not the case. This is actually part of the development process, which is why it's sort of always good and always up to date. There are spelling problems and things like that, but it's good. We'll just go back into here again, and then we'll just do another random one, I think, after this. So keep all of those where they were. So this one here is going to be a cold planet, only 2.2 billion years. No water on this one, but it is cold. And this is just purely desert. So this one does have some forests, and it does have a lobster, a 1 meter long herbivore lobster. Mainly, so not an oxygen, but it is insidious. Yeah, so there's nothing much there, even though there's a lot of oxygen on the planet. Now, that can be used by the groups. Only 11.9 million people came to it. So it's just purely you can see there a lot of mining, and that's a lot for one of these worlds. Dissolution War. So we've got many scavengers and raiders in this case. And start the game. So they didn't do any terraforming. Sometimes they'll do terraforming and sort of change the, what actually does go on. Kirkwall League, yep, that'll do. And so again, we should be in Enviro suits. Now we're going to just go. I'll go government this time. I'll go heart, and then democracy. Start turn. So Enviro suits again with that symbol up through there. This is the democracy. So again, you can sort of see it's more like a Senate that's sort of now being where you've got like a Senate sort of situation back through there. I really like it. This is another one of those bureaucracy zeitgeists. That's okay. Just send that one through. And again, this one here is wanting to have. Actually, this one wants to change in propaganda. So if democracy goes up a little bit, that's actually going to be good. You can see these guys don't want democracy to start to fail. This one here is sort of happy enough for it to go backwards because fist goes up. So he must be sort of involved there somehow. So we'll just go yes into that one there. And then we should have the ascension speech. So we'll just go plus with democracy there. So we sort of push democracy right up. I'll just leave that one where that is. And so if we have a look now at the changes that we see in the reports, in fact, if we have a look at the management screen, go to politics. So we'll now be up through here. So free press will be our first one. Peace monument, leisure, for example. So we end up with sort of like different levels of democracy back up through that other side. And if we go back across to the reports. So this is actually now the other new things that we were sort of looking at there before, where we actually end up with the word score is important. Word now is going to be, this is actually when you say something, if you do it, it will then improve your Virtus. So that's also important as well. And so you can hover over this to sort of see what's actually impacting this one. And so we've got a good Virtus score and 0 Apathic scoring through there, which is the actual workers themselves. Then we have momentum. So we've got morality, well-being, ascendancy. We've got different scores for those as well. Morality, decisions back and through here. These will all impact the way that sort of different things happen politically. This is the revolutionary indicators. So these are all those different coup type things. So this will then give you a clue as to where the pressure is being applied for a change in government type. So at the moment, though, everything is good. We're respected in this case. So the Empire dashboard has also become much, much more important. This one here, democracy, military coup goes to autocracy, orderly change back to meritocracy, or palace revolution back to meritocracy. Low Virtus gives us a spoiled democracy, and ideology gives us a syndic democracy back through there. So this is, again, sort of like where we devolve back into these sorts of unhealthy democracies, which is, again, interesting. So we end up, it's just so intricate the way it sort of has worked. This one here, we're getting only a minus 0.3. And I think that is because of the, in fact, if we go back in, sorry, back to the management screen again, and yeah, so stratagem based on Virtus. So this is actually where the democracy relies on the what the people think much more strongly than the other two. So democracy is about the people, which is Virtus. Meritocracy is about the like when we did that one, is all about the leaders and about getting the best leaders in position, and autocracy is all about the unrest levels, keeping the unrest levels like sort of crushing them. So it's interesting. It's like just interesting the way that things are sort of working with the putting the pressure on for the stratagem rarity modifier. So this actually impacts what sort of cards you get. So there's just layers upon layers upon layers of stuff in here, which is just mind-blowingly good. So anyway, that's the that pretty much sort of covers the full gamut. Let's go back out and start one more time, and we'll just end up with a random start. I'll choose B again each time. So now I've missed a lot of comments here, guys. I'm sorry about this one. Free Room Mel is saying that the art is so much more immersive now. Yes, it is. I like the AI art. I think more immersive as well, says Bosma. There are purists who don't like it. I should show you in the prefs. This is actually now where if I go down to graphics and resolution, where is it? AI speed, new graphics. This is if you don't want the new AI graphics, and let's just say that you download, say, Pymos's mod or something like that. You then got like different ways of switching them all back off. Flip the master switch to use the legacy graphics, or you can just do it with the portraits, you can just do it with the vidcoms, or you can do it with the stratagems. So if I turn them off and then go back in, I'm not sure if that will then sort of show. That one's still the same. It hasn't clicked in just yet. They're still, that's old, I think. Yeah, that looks old, doesn't it? That's the old stuff. If we end our turn, just see if we end up with the crappy old graphics. Geez, I'm even saying crappy old graphics now. So we're under pressure here. Start turn. Yeah, now we're back to the old style graphics there. I actually much prefer the new graphics. I've got to say, it's I'm finding it much more immersive than this old style. But you can if you prefer that, or if you really don't like the AI. It's very simple to change. It's just literally new graphics and either turn them on or off depending on which style you actually want. Now, actually, before we go any further, I will show you where you can pick up the terrain mod if you are wanting that one. Also, Pymos. Like in most information you'll find is in the actually I'll just show you. I'll just go there and show you, and we'll put some links in the chat as well, just in case you actually want it. I'll just leave that one there. Alt tab, back out to here. All right, so the best resource for the game, like you've got this Steam page, which I'll just go and I'll just show you what that is. This is not the best place to go, but this is probably where a lot of players will then sort of start. So Shadow Empire, back in through there, with Republica coming literally very soon. Now, one of the things that's actually happened is the I'll just get rid of that. You'll see mixed reviews in here, 55%. These are because of the AI content. So people are actually rebelling against the game, which is a shame because the actual game itself is very, very good. Like, it's extremely good. So it's sort of like, you can turn it off if you don't like it. But I think people even just don't like the idea that AI is being used this way. I do understand that, like, being a graphic designer, that is actually something where, it is a big threat to people's careers and things like that. But it's, but for me, it does actually add to the game. So I want to be balanced about that. Now, Republica is coming very, very soon, but you will sort of find in the there we go. There's Battle Mode and Vic doing their chat. I've got to watch that. It's, by all accounts, it was a very, very good interview. Now, where was
Empire
it?
Is
I'll just go back to the community hub. And so often in discussions, there's no workshop. I don't know if there will be. Hopefully there will be at some point. And there's no real modding area in here either. So you're not getting a real lot of information. You're just going to have to find things to then sort of go and see what's actually been going on. You can see there's a lot of contention about the AI-generated art and portraits in Shadow Empire. And so this was actually, there is discussion there. It's been pinned. So Vic is very open about everything he does, like to the point where sometimes it confuses people because they read into it different things, and he's just being open about stuff, which is very, very cool. So it's sort of one of those things where he'll just tell you what's going on. Like, he's not trying to sell you something. He's just telling the truth, basically. And you'll see that if you do get to read the manual. I'm pretty sure. I don't know if the manual is in here. I think if it was, it would actually show up in here. I do hope that they release it so that people can actually read it before they purchase, because I think it'll sell a lot of games, to be honest. Now that's not the best place to go. The best place to go is the Matrix Games. I haven't been there for a while, so hopefully in matrixgames.com/forums. And yeah, just remember me. That's good. And if we just go back down into Shadow Empire. So this is where you're going to find a lot of information about the game. And inside here, you then actually have a graphics mods area where there is actually like a lot of different things that have then come back into it. So there's different people have been building different sorts of mainly graphics stuff in through this other side. So there's user interface mods, there's all sorts of stuff in through here. So you'll find all sorts of different things that people have been working on over time. You'll notice that it actually goes off, we got April is the last one. So Vic actually put a documentation over there for graphics modding. So that's certainly, Royer actually built a terrain pack as well. And we actually did work together. I haven't actually looked to see if he's actually updated his recently. But there was, I built a mod to actually put my stuff on top of his. So we sort of worked together there a little bit with that type of thing. But you can see it goes off fairly fast, like, it's sort of getting fairly old fairly quickly, where people have been asking different questions. Pymus's mods, again, he does a great job in through that other side. Anyway, that's sort of where we are with those different sorts of things. If there's, so people have been building graphic mods for the game. If you're wanting to find my graphic mod, the best place is either to search in there for DasTactic or to, which should then take you to my coffee page, coffee.com. I put all my mods here, coffee.com/DasTactic. So if you just go across into here, now I'm already logged in, so it's going to be a little bit different. If I go to the, these are just all free. If I go to the shop, so I've got all this other stuff about changing different things. There will be a, this is the Shadow Empire Terrain Icons mod and the Shadow Empire Emroya Terrain Icons mod. Now, I haven't seen how many of the, like, I haven't seen if Matt or Mark, I can't remember his first name, has actually done the, has redone his. So that's for his version 3.4. But this one here still works with the game. This is the base game graphics. And so you can actually just go into here, grab this one here, which will then give you the various like terrain icons. So you can at a glance see what sort of terrain is actually on the map itself. And so you just put 0 in there and get it now, essentially. It's been very popular. As you can sort of see, that 2,000 of those sold in the for zeros, and and the other. God, I wish I had $1 for each one of those sales. And then the other one as well, the Matt Royal one, I think was about 3,000. So there's been a lot. There's been 5,000 odd sort of people sort of pick them up. But this is actually, it's very, very simple. You know, it's basically you just grab it and then just load it over the top of the existing game, and it sort of then just replaces those graphics. That's the way it does work. Thanks to Evil Uncle Ralph for the subscription. Very, very much appreciated. So anyway, that's sort of like that's all the bits and pieces now out of the way. But I do find that mod really makes life so much more easy to play the game. To be able to see what's a hill and what's a mountain, for example, is really, really important. Let's get out of here, and we'll quit the game. And so we're sure yes, and we'll just go and we'll do another random start. So let's just go and start a new game. By the way, the different planet types that you actually have will set up different algorithms for the generation of the planet. So the unclassified can be anything. It doesn't pick from one of these. It actually just has like a completely random sort of start. Like these different planet classes, you've got desert worlds, you've got ice worlds. This is a Limos class, is a not quite desert, but it's sort of also quite a dangerous world. Lava worlds, Earth-likes, jungle worlds. Then you've got planetoids and moon classes as well with no atmospheres. Additional planets you've got Colossal, which I'm not going to worry about playing that one. Morgana is my favourite one. This one is actually just sets up it's a desert world with oases in it. Getting water is very, very important on some of these planets. The Hydra class is essentially sort of like a swamp world. So we've got a swamp world in through there. Oceania worlds are sort of like more going to need to require the DLC to play, but these require, like, until the naval forces come in, I'm not really interested in playing those personally. I'll just go back to the unclassified, just keep with what we had. I'll just keep everything the same as what it was there before. Just go continue. So we have a blue-white AO star, so this is actually going to be very, very small in terms of its planetary age. We're not going to have life at 0.2 billion years, so there will be no life at all on this world. And it is hot. There may be trees and stuff, but there won't be actual alien life. And we don't have enough heavy elements. So the heavy elements really for me is the thing that dictates whether it's worth. Now, the reason you want high heavy elements is because of the mining. You need mining to be able to then build your mech unit, like mechanized type units like tanks and things like that. So you will be needing mining, and so this one won't give me enough mining, so I'm going to re-roll. I'm really just looking to get this one well over 100%. So 94, just looking. That's all I'm looking at. 120 is actually okay. This one is that's just like the sun, our G2 star. So we actually have, and it's slightly colder than the Earth, 5.7 billion. So this one could have any sort of life on it. So that's going to be interesting. It's got very high solar irradiance as well. So this one is actually going to be good for solar panels. Map size is fairly large for what this one actually is. There's no tilt, so it literally is just sort of back in through there. So we'll go continue. Geology, are we going to get water? Yes, we've got oceans at 23%. We've got mountains at 23% as well. Now this can be a bit debilitating. So we're going to end up, this is actually just the geology of the planet. If I just go and click on the random there, I can then sort of have a look to see what's actually developed here. Too many mountains. This is going to make it hard for us to cross. So we're not going to be able to fight easily between those two locations, for example. So the mountain range, I usually like them around about under 20%. But this is going to be fair. Like, there is a little passageway through there, for example. There are passageways through, but it's going to be very, very hard to move around on this particular planet. So let's just go and re-roll the geology. Now this is got mountains are much, much lower, and oceans are much lower as well. So so it's got reasonable atmosphere back into that other side as well. This wind speed of 6 meters per second means that aircraft should be viable. Let's have a quick look and see if we click on random. Yeah, so we now have some mountain ranges which are going to stop certain movement, but we do actually have just river systems everywhere as well, which will actually also hinder movement and also are defendable. So you can. This one looks pretty good actually. I'm happy with this. Now these little pockets they should end up sort of collapsing themselves out now. This is really just sort of like the starting process of what actually happens. We'll just go and continue. And so this is insidious, deadly, toxic, zero value alien nutrition. It's just moss and grass everywhere. There's no actual trees. So we actually have a land. This is the Turny Medusa, a land-dwelling, large 3-meter carnivore. Resembles a jellyfish analog. Its chemistry is hydrogen fluoride carbon-based and is oxygen-breathing. It does have the Turny Medusa sapiens. The evolutionary branch of Turny Medusa has also given rise to a sentient species. Alien natives class cephaloids is present on this planet, and so cephaloids are whale base, I think. But that's one saying it's actually jellyfish analog, is sort of where it came from. But this is so we've got fluoride carbon based, so it's not not the same as us. We've got methane, trace elements of methane, nitrogen. Yep, this is all fine. So the water salinity is high. The water heavy metals is good as well. The soil heavy metals is 10 parts per billion. The pH of the rain is only 4.9, and the seawater pH is also 4.9. So we're looking at low pH is alkaline, isn't it? So I think these are sort of going to be. This is why it's sort of insidious and deadly and toxic, etc. So this is not really somewhere that we want to be going anywhere without enviro suits. And you can see there the water colour is a bit different. If we just go and click on this one through here, so we do have mosses and grasses. This again is going to mean that we've got some frost there. So it doesn't have to be permafrost. Actually, no, it does have to be because we've got no tilt. Although, if there was a tilt to the planet, these would heat up enough to thaw, but that won't be the case. So as the seasons sort of roll on, so we do actually have these little moss pockets everywhere, and actually they've still kept that line of lakes through there. I thought that might change. Anyway, it's still water, so we can still sort of we can still work with it. So we'll go ahead with this one here. Go continue. Now these, it was colonised. We only got up to 6.4 million. This is going to mean that there's hardly going to be any actual ruins. So the ruins are going to be very, very minimal. This is a very, very low one, and it's mainly mining. And you can see mining is very, very high because the population is just so low. So very, very unpopular. Let's just see if we can find landing. Where is landing? I always like to sort of see it because that'll be the biggest city. You see there's farming cities down through here, mining cities over here, mining. Where is landing? I am not seeing it. I've got a few down in the bottom here. Maybe it's down deeper than what I thought. Oh, there it is. Yeah, there it is, way up the top. It's that little area way at the top there. Yeah, that was landing up there. But you can see there, it's just not big enough for it to have built anything. So that's actually where it started, right on the North Pole. So it's there. Yep, so Zico was saying, I like my planets with heavy tilt. There we go. Anyway, that's going to be, this is going to be very, very, there's lots of sand dunes everywhere because it's very, very desolate. There are mosses and things all over the place with these river systems. So it's going to be a pretty interesting little planet, actually, to be honest, to be sort of working on. So let's just keep on going. Every planet is so different in this game, which is just great. Like, it's, to have sort of like something that's built like this is just awesome. Let's go this way. This just means we're not going to have much to pick through. The ruins will be minimal on this particular planet. So the apocalypse, we're down to 1.5 million. We do have only scavengers and raiders, mainly raiders. So it's going to be a dangerous little world here, and we're going to have these sort of fluoride carbon groups as well. So we can actually, before it gets turned off, I'm hoping that's not going to be us. I don't think it will be. So there's 2 majors there. Have a bit of a look around. That might be us back over here. Being next to water is going to be useful. That's going to be very, very helpful. Another major down the bottom there. Different groups up this way as well. Have a bit more of a look around. Yeah, there's not really much on the actual world itself, so very, very minimal. So you're going to have to build up. Because the population was just so sparse, yeah, it's going to be hard for us to build up meaningfully. Like this guy here's got a massive advantage, being able to take over those. I think we're going to be out on our own over here, to be honest. Which means, what do we have over this way? Nothing. We have nothing around us. It's almost, if that's where we end up going, I think we're going to have such a hard time expanding out because we won't be able to exploit pretty much anything here. Let's just see what we end up with. I mean, we eventually way down over here, but that's a long, long way away. Like, that's a hell of a long way away. Let's just keep it going. Just go continue. And I could re-roll the planet, but let's just let it go for now. And just see where we do end up. So I'm going to choose B, no matter what that is. And I'll choose one of these eagle type heraldry systems back through there. That'll do. Actually, unit color, I'll just go with a yellowy color there. All right, that'll do us. So we're just going to choose B, government, mind, and autocracy. All right, so we are going to be playing aggressively. Which, and if we do start off in that position, I think we'll have to do a restart, to be honest, because we're going to not have anything around us. See how there's no trees? That tree's now gone. And so we have our symbol up through there. Autocracy. This one here we have, and it's the same characters each time. Like, they're just doing different things depending on what's actually happened. Private economy. That's what we have in through there. Child of the Stars. We'll just go that way. I've got a funny feeling we'll be restarting, to be honest. I'll just minimize that for a second. Yeah, no, this is where we are. I think we have to start again. And the reason for that is that I never usually like to pick a low population colonization planet, just because you don't end up with any real expansion possibilities. Like, you are literally just taking over nothing at all for a large portion of the game. So I hope you don't mind, guys. This happens a lot in this game, where I tend to keep on restarting, but we'll just keep on going. This time, if we end up with such a low population, I'll just re-roll that portion of it. So we'll start a new game again. I really am taken by just what the different worlds will actually do and how they go. Other than that world looked pretty good. Go on, classified, continue. This one here, we have a geostar. It's very, very hot, and we do have slightly more than average heavy elements, but very, very good solar irradiance. Let's go this way. No, this is going to be a desert world. That's still okay. I'm happy with that. Very, very hot. And it looks like it was 8 meters per second with everything that was going on. Biosphere is, yeah, so this is going to be insidious and deadly. There's no life forms, just because it's a hell world. 17 million, let's just re-roll. Let's get a few more. Yeah, 184 million, that's better. This will give us ruins to poke around in, and it will also then should give us a good starting point. Just going to continue in here. So we've got this. This is going to be like Arrakis. So we actually do have, you saw there's like a little bit of moss or something growing in there. Maybe not. There might just be rocky terrain. This is going to be a very, very difficult world. Again, only raiders and scavengers on this world. I'm just going to continue, and then we'll get into it. So we've got, that's what we have. Actually, before we start the game, let's just have a quick look and see if it's going to be viable. Again, we're going to group in through there. There's a bit of a, see, these are lavas. This is a lava world. Very, very hot. So depending on where we start, there is a little bit more spread out civilization around the place, depending on where we actually end up going at the start here. That looks like us there. If that's the case, that's going to be a very, very good start. I love this. Yeah, if we start off in this location, so we're going to have a little mountain, a hill with a mountain below it, if that's going to be the case. So we'll start the game. I like it. I like it. So Casimir saying, I like pops of plus 1 billion pre-dissolution war myself. There we go. Yeah, just to get the ruins. The ruins are great. Yeah, London State. Here we go. So we'll go this way, and we'll just choose B again all the way through. So let's go and choose again. We'll just go and choose that eagle shape. Primary color is going to be, I'll make it reddish, I guess. Unit color I'm happy with. I'll just keep it there. Gone OK. So we'll just choose government, mind, meritocracy in this case. So it does shuffle these a little bit. Or, you know, if you really want to make it random, just choose. I wish I had a random option, actually. That would be pretty cool. Okay, so we've got 4 decisions. So this is roaming thieves in London. So we've now got a group of thieves. This is actually an event that's actually occurred at London itself. And again, we have no real. We're in enviro suits. There's no forests or anything on this particular world. We do have the meritocracy back and through here again as well. And we are looking again at the research bonus points and through this other side for the starting of the zeitgeists. Personal guard gives us next leader a plus 40 modifier on personal combat skills. Scientific outpost, that's a useful one. This will give us a hex perk. So we'll be wanting to play that one pretty much straight away. Paranoia is going to give me 2 fate points. That will increase the fear, which again is not too bad for us. The ancillary chemicals, this is a rare ancillary team specialised in launching chemical bombs. So this one actually is applied, I think, to a unit. Yeah, so this one, which we don't need to really get too involved with, but that will help with one of the units if we do need to sort of use that one there. Your organisation faction generated 3 new stratagems. So we've got offer protection to a minor regime, shadow spy, and ask for help. This is for a major regime. The ascension speech, we'll just keep on going and promoting what makes people happiest. So these guys here are pro-meritocracy.
Order received.
So we'll go that way. We don't know which one we want to go with just yet, so I'm going to avoid making the decision here until I've actually evaluated properly. Zone decisions, we've got roaming thieves in London. So groups of thieves from the wasteland have penetrated our walls. So again, very, very Fallout-like, the way it sort of does work. We're losing private items stored with us. Can I count on them through here? And so this is the probable calculation for the offensive tactics role. So if I give them their full support. So skill level is 0, 6 sense bonus of 4. The leader relations modifier mods the 1 die 10 roll within 1 to 100 range is 11. You get 77 on top of your roll from 2 different rules. Now we need, so we've got a plus 92 total. So it's 1 die 100 plus 92 versus difficulty of 30 plus 4 die 40s. So the average is going to be 117, and our average is going to be higher than that. So this is actually pretty good. If we do it, it's going to cost me 4 political points to actually play this one out. The danger will go up if we fail a little bit, and the unrest will go up a little bit if we fail as well. And there'll be a population decrease. Or we can don't spare the resources, and so again, we've still got the same difficulty roll, but it doesn't cost us as much. So we cannot spoil their resources. But in this case, we definitely want to be doing this. I don't think there's any reason not to do it right now. This is the governor of London, and so his relation score is 77. If I improved that, his relation to me, I would then get a better role in through here. So it's still a bit risky, but we can sort of give that one see what he actually does do. If I click on his portrait, his only capability 2, he's okay in charge here. He's not fantastic. He does have the 6th sense, which is actually the one that's actually giving us a little bit of a bonus for what he's actually then going and doing. He doesn't have anything really in intimidation. He does have leadership. Yep, so that's... So he's 34 years old. That's okay. We'll just go and exit out of that one. So I will give my full support. I'm not going to be playing any cards to enhance what he does at this stage. So we'll just go yes. So we've got 23 political points to start with. So we'll see what actually happens. We also have a city zone upgrade as well for another 10 political points. But let's just go and do the roaming thieves and see what actually happens here.
Understood.
So I'll get on it. So defensive tactics roll of Boer is 98. Roll increase with plus 50 due to your support. Adjusted roll is 148. Roll increase with plus 27 due to security score and or troops in the zone. Because we do have troops. We started off with troops in the city. And so the adjusted roll is 175 versus difficulty of 148. So they rolled higher than what the average was. So it was a success. I managed to limit the damage substantially. So the danger did increase by plus 3. We did lose 500 population and 200 workers. And still 314 private food got stolen. They didn't steal any metal, which is good, and they did steal credits, which is a problem. So credits is going to be a difficult one for us, and they didn't steal any of the private oil. There's private and actually it's private food, and like so that's going to be from the private sector, which is not anything really to do with us at this stage. But it's going to mean that the development of London is now going to be a difficult one. So that's going to be okay, but it's still, at least we won it. They did roll higher than what we expected. So the adjusted roll there, yep, no, that's okay. Just going to click on OK there. And the upgrade, now we've still got 19 in through here. I think I'll come back and do both of these decisions in just a minute. So the next thing we want to have a look at is just do an evaluation. You're in command. Dismiss that message. So it's just the intro. Then danger in the zone. If there's any other units that are within QE of any of our infrastructure within 2 hexes of it, it will then trigger this warning. So danger in London is at 4 points. This early in the game probably means enemy hexes. It may also be because of that other card that we just had. So dismiss that one through there. All right, we'll just do a quick save in here as well. So we'll save the game. Just call this one DAS01. We'll be playing this a bit, I think. Replace it, yes. All right, so here we are. We've got London here, and you can see there that there's borders that encroach in towards us. So from a perspective of what we have, I always like to well, first of all see what we actually have. We're going to have like a whole lot of different of these like special features on the actual map. Just press number 1. That's then going to hide the troops. If I just go and unselect that one again, if I go back to the map layers and hide units, that's number 1 there. Number 2 is hide labels. Number 3 is hide penalties, like hide the stack penalties. Then we actually have show grid, show color, and show the operational logistics. So I like to have those on. Hide units, I just use the number 1 key on or off, just to sort of have a look to see what's actually underneath the where we actually are. So we've got the red hotel down into here, and if we go to assets and then go and I can actually look at everything that's actually in the whole zone, or I can go to specific areas and just have a look. This is a luxury brothel, so this one is going to so this gives plus 2 extra morale growth. So if unit has morale growth, yep. So this is in exchange for your protection. Soldiers are allowed to visit now and then. So the morale will go up by having that brothel where it is. We have another one over here, Blessed Water Top. This is going to give me 50 free water, which is going to be important on this world. This world is like we don't actually have any freestanding water anywhere near us. There's nothing around. In fact, that's not water, that's lava. So we don't actually have water on this world. So getting free water is actually worth a hell of a lot in this world. In other worlds with water everywhere, it's not so much the case. This one over through here is a viewpoint. This one is going to give me produce 1 pop loyalty at the start of the turn, so it's going to just increase the loyalty of everyone. We can see that there's little free towns everywhere as well. I want to be capturing them as quickly as possible because we end up getting like random cards whenever we take over a freeman location. Now we also then have a water mine in here, an ice mine, where we're generating 551 water. And so we can sort of see through there, overall we're getting 205 water coming in. And so what's the maximum we can have is 1921. So eventually we can sort of turn this one down a little bit. It's chewing up 20 of our energy to actually run that one. We have a dome farm in through here, which is actually state run. So we do actually have this one. We've got this one up through here is a metal mine. So that's good. That we've got through there, and then we've got a blessed well up through here again, another hill well, which is going to give me another. So I'm getting a lot of free water, which is awesome. I'm just going to grab myself a drink of water. Be right back. Talking about water. But you really get a flavour. Every single planet is so different, you know, look with the way it sort of is structured and the way it works. But it just works, you know, like it actually the way that Vic has built the way that the way that the game generates itself is just beyond brilliant. We've got an artificial walker back up through here. This is actually a derelict ancient walker. And if we have a look at this one through here, we get military research bonus points of plus 100. So we end up getting, this is all free stuff for us. Now we have one thing we're going to be needing to do is we don't have any sort of relationship at all. Like the border is white everywhere, which means that we're not in a state of war with anyone. We can see beyond this mountain range, but we're not seeing into the actual mountain range in here. So we will need to push back and push these borders back. So just so we can secure London. If we go back into London itself, we'll then sort of see that we actually have the militancy level is 95. This is good. So decrease, decrease with 5 points due to existence of regular military forces back in the actual city itself. And then we've actually got the danger level. So this danger increased with 4 points due to the presence of enemy near the assets, and danger increased with +3 due to roaming thieves in London. So we end up getting, so we do actually have an enemy that is close by. And so we're going to have to push back on that one. They're most likely in the mountains here. So that's possibly where they're going to be. Because we can see troops, we can see what's going on in and around here. Now I don't know if it will actually, because it's sort of funny because we've got the this is actually part of another group. So this is the Pyrotop Union, unknown culture. That's a minor regime. They should be starting off in here and then moving out. So we have to be careful of what they do. There's nothing really that can be under threat. We've sort of surrounded. Another thing we can do is just go to the strategic map and just sort of see who's who. So if we have a look and see, like we've got London State, which is us in the middle here. And when we click on that one, we can sort of see, you know, what we are and sort of what we're doing and through this other side. We're a meritocracy, for example. We can see the government types. So if we go to Totenist, and again, this is going to be the regime tab that we sort of have a look at with each one of these. So we've got the Totenist territory back up through here. Territories are going to be full of either sort of like, raider type units, units that don't actually have any sort of infrastructure. There could be arachnids. Territories are sort of like lower level groups that we have to then go and deal with. So these sort of more going to be like a raider type area that we have to sort of go with. So the structure is going to be low with those. So this one here, the Union is going to be some sort of group. Again, we know that there's no farming groups, so we're going to have a hard time with everyone in terms of diplomacy. We've got the Lithoscope Union in there as well, so that goes across there. They'll probably be the similar sort of regime. Who knows? It's either going to be like it's probably going to be more of a raider type militancy group in both of those, I would imagine. Coxbund in through this other side is another minor regime. Don't know who that one actually is, but again, it's also got like the naming is telling us that it's actually someone that's legitimate. The Dubicello back up in the north in through here also looks to be like a legitimate regime. Then we have a commune, so Atharar commune. This will be lowish level, I think, but they're still there. I'm not sure exactly who they'll be. Then we have like there's a nun as well, which we're not sort of seeing anywhere. We have non-aligned forces. This is going to be where we have other raider type forces coming in, just randomly. So they don't have any structure. Whereas this other one, the territory that we see through there will be structured. It's probably going to be arachnids, or it could be even robots that actually inhabit that particular faction. So that's what we have around us. We have a major ability to actually get all of these different groups together and actually form like a very, very strong empire in the start, like in the middle of the map. You can see also in the map that there's a lot of dunes, sand dunes. There's big rocky areas back out through here, and we sort of are in the middle of an area where there is a big rocky area down this way, but everyone else is living in the sand dunes. So it's a very, very desolate world with big lava lakes surrounding us. Anyway, that's the strategic map, which is always good to sort of see where that is. If we go back into the management screen, this is all of the various things that we actually have running for us. Anything in grey is something that we directly control. Anything in sort of this brown colour is the private sector, which does then help us. So they've got like police stations, for example. Schools are already built in our area, which is nice. So we're sort of already getting a bit of a bonus in through that side. They've got their own dome farm. We get a little bit of food back from that one ourselves. We have our own dome farms back over this other side. We already have high command back into here as well, which is a public asset. This is all good stuff for us to start with. We also start with industry. So I'm not used to starting. I normally start in hard mode where we don't get any of this as a starting point. We also have one recycling point. We always start on a ruin when you're like every player will start on an old ruin, and so you need the recycling plant for that one. Bureaucratic office. Yeah, we're starting with a lot of stuff. Anyway, let's just go through to the models and see what we've got in here. This will give me a feel for just what we need to do in the future. So what I'm interested in here is I'm looking at the ultralight and the light aircraft to see what sort of what sort of distance they can go. That's going to be important. So if we have a look at this one through here, click on it. So we have range 14 hex. That's good. That's very, very good. So this actually little ultralight is actually viable. It's a very, very viable unit there, to be honest. So just from a range perspective, that is going to be useful. So I think we will try to keep those if we can. The Phoenix has also got 14 hex. This is slightly larger. Medium propelled engine gives us a 10 meter long aircraft, a horsepower weight ratio of 26%. So these, you can design your own aircraft, but I'm actually pretty happy with that, to be honest. That is good. So small frame makes for high performance fighter potential. Anyway, it's a propeller one. The flak gun doesn't matter much. We don't need to worry about that one. The grunts are always important for us to have a look. And what we're really looking at through here is actually going to be more the actual... so we've got the quality of the units. The production cost won't really matter that much. You can see manpower, metal, and like that's always going to be pretty much what it is going to be. This one is the operational cost, I guess. It's what we end up having. Combat ammo, yep, that's okay. The design is the important one. So we've got two different categories that we need to look at. So we have structural design, and 100 is the average for this. It ranges between 85 and 115, I think. Yeah, I think that's the range. So you can see there that our machine gunner has got a very, very high, like it's well above the average for the Whirlwind machine gunner. So that's actually good. The grunts are right on the average of 100. The next one, the base design, is actually is one that actually does come up where this one ranges between 70 and 100. So 100 is the maximum, 70 is the lowest. So the average here is 85. So this one's slightly under average there. Then we have things like weapon design. I don't really worry about these so much, but the Whirlwind over through here is actually really, really good. And so if we have a look at the actual, this is like the hit points in through this other side. We'll have a look at these. This one's got the soft attack. So we've got a roll through there of attacking against other enemy. This one here does a much better job, and this is the defense factor. So 300 in through there for the machine gunner. So the machine gunner is going to be our backbone unit, I think, for the infantry. But I'm not unhappy with the grunts. So they're actually okay with what they do. The rover buggy is well above average with the base design, and the structural design is on average. So this is another good one as well. This one's going to be worth getting, so that's actually great. The anti-tank gun we don't need to worry about just yet. It's, again, okay with what it's got. So it's sort of like, around that sort of average mark. Let's go to the next page. The loader is good. So that's a good design. And so that's actually, again, something we could make use of. And then we have the Abrams light tank in through here. Again, right on the average for the structural design, but well above average for the base design, which is going to give me very, very strong attacks back in through here again, just for the light tank. The light tanks are now have been changed, like not fairly recently, but they've been changed. They're no longer as powerful as what they used to be. They're sort of like a bit of a hybrid between an armoured car and a medium tank, which is good. Like they've got a much more defined role now, and the medium tanks then have a more defined role as well. So the rover I'm very happy with. So I'll probably end up trying to get those as soon as I possibly can to add to what we have. That's going to improve things enormously when we start to play. So I'm happy with all of that. So we don't need to be changing any of this all that quickly. So the models are fine. Leaders, what do we have? Crappy leaders, really crappy leaders. Now, for a meritocracy, this is a really, really bad thing for this to actually happen. So Chunk Allgood is the commander of the 1st SHQ, and he's only got a capability level of 1, so he's not going to learn much. He's a shocker. He's an absolute shocker. Now, Sev wanted to have a character. So who do we actually give it to? I mean, in reality, this is terrible. We've got a few tier 3s. The capability level is their ability to learn and to grow into their roles. So initially, you can make do with tiers 1 and 2, but ultimately you want them out of the high power areas. So, for example, if we have a quick look at Chunk. His overall skills are going to be very, very poor everywhere. He does have some high command base skills, but he's not going to learn much. So we have to get rid of him. He's very high in meritocracy, but he's useless. Like, he's beyond useless. This is a very low quality character that we have here. So he's emotional a little bit. He's egotistical. Heroic, is sort of middle of the road, so he's not going to put himself in too much danger. He's got a little bit of wit, ambition is high, authority is fairly high, value type prospector. So the initial personality type, this stat determines what kind of moral values or goals or drives the leader in question has. This is new, I think. Is represented as a value going from 0, complete prospector, to 100, complete pioneer. So in the middle of the leader would be the settler type. Okay, that's interesting. So again, it's what sort of drives their motivations, I guess. So a prospector is driven by the esteem of others, fashion, and fitting in. Interesting. That's really interesting. So prospectors often have higher ambition, higher egotism, lower heroism, and higher charisma. A settler is driven by the needs and security of his inner circle and or family. The settler values value stability. Settlers often have lower ambition, lower emotion, lower egotism, and higher strength. They'd be good. Pioneer is driven by internal fulfillment, more introvert, or the improving of collective destiny of all. More extrovert. So pioneers have higher heroism, higher witty and higher willpower, as well as higher capability levels. So that's their values. Then we have society type. This is all new, actually. So the exterior, I haven't seen this. The exterior personality type, this stat determines how the leader thinks he is supposed to operate within the current society and political system. It's represented as a value going from 0, complete cronyism, to 100, complete honour. In the middle of the leader would be the competition. Now, he is cronyism. So this is actually, he's very low. Cronyism means the leader is convinced it's each for themselves and God for all. They feel like having morals would give you a disadvantage and makes you a laughing stock. Competition means the leader is convinced there is relatively fair playing ground out there, and the most capable, hardworking, clever guy or gal will end up on the top eventually. And honour means the leader is convinced there is a larger goal to be served than one's fortune. This goal may be limited. So again, we've got a very, very low quality individual here with the commander. So do we give that to Sev? I don't think we do. I think we'll have to give as high as we can go. The advisor in through here is capability level 3. You can see he's a prospector type and honour again. So this is a good guy. He's got high willpower, high intelligence, and he's got good technical skills and good inventor skills. So he would be good in science. But to move him out of this role, and we're not going to have enough political points to do this one just yet, but it's something that would be it'd be good to have him actually in charge of one of the tech areas, because he's more geared for that. He's also got good tank tactics. Personal combat is high as well. What's the other guy like with personal combat? That's going to dictate whether we can get rid of him. He's got a little bit of tank tactics. He's just useless. We have to get rid of him. Yeah, we have to get rid of him. Anyway, we've got Dolores, tier 2, so that's just a secretary. Nothing there to really talk about, so she's not going to be all that great. So that's fine for the secretary. They don't really do anything. Reserve pool member, tier 3. This is going to be an interesting one. Again, high intelligence, high in agriculture. This one would be good in charge of the city. We don't have much going anywhere else, but he will learn pretty quickly. He does have a good war score, but nothing's concrete just yet. Charisma is low, actually, so no, he won't be good in charge of a city. Agriculture, yeah. So this one here would be good for that aspect would be good, but in terms of his actual leadership, not great. So he's not fantastic either. Then we've got Director of the Supreme Command Council. Again, a really important role with a really crappy person in charge here. Again, just absolutely terrible. Absolutely terrible. Social standing number 62. This is a relative measure. Rank can be between 0 and 100. 100 means the leader is the most, that 0 is the least. Okay, so he's getting up there. It's all new, actually. Social standing points. Social standing sensitivity. God, there's so much more in here now than what there ever was before. I'll have to read about this, I think, sort of figure out what's going on. Anyway, he's beyond useless. This is a problem because initially this guy actually does a lot of the work for us to sort of pick up the political points and stuff like this. So very, very important role. And we've got someone really terrible doing that one. So we've got Blaine in charge of the 1st Machine Gun Infantry Brigade. This one here is he is a good guy. War score is low, so he's not very good as a commander. His charisma is high, so he doesn't have any skills in it yet, but he would be good in charge of a city. Intelligence not great, which you also needed to be in charge of a city. So he will learn fairly quickly what has to happen in through here. Heroism is fairly low. Pioneer type in through here again is going to be improve the collective destiny of all, and also the competition. This is convinced there is a relatively fair playing ground out there. So he could be good. We've got the commander of the 2nd Light Infantry Brigade. This is again, no actual war scores in through here. Pretty good across the board here, though. Not bad for a tier 2. So that's actually all right. And then we have the Governor of London, also just tier 2, Hopper, who has got some base skills there already, a little bit of leadership skills. So I'll leave him in there. Like, there's not we can do much now anyway. So I'm going to change Ronald across into, actually, before I do that, well, let's just see if we can actually bring someone else in. So profiles, we don't need to look at. We don't need to look at any of this stuff. We'll just go back out now to the map. now that we sort of have a feel for what's going on. Now the next thing we need to look at is just those two decisions we've got left. So we've got the organisation decisions. Actually, what we'll do is we'll go to the strat cards first. Go to the nation. So we can now, if I try to increase the income tax, it's going to be this particular card is going to be actually. This is 70. So we've got the administration skill here. Probable calculation of the administration role is going to be low. +9 - 25. So the secretary is executing the stratagem. Okay, that's cool. It used to be the Supreme Commander Council guy. I do have 2 recruit junior cards. It's going to cost me 8 to bring this one in. I don't think I'll worry about it. We will need to get one at some point, but let's not, we're not going to have enough political points to sort of make this one work. And I would like to do this one, but I just can't really do that one just yet. So we'll just go back in. In fact, we're playing on regular mode. We actually do start with a little bit of extra to play with in terms of money, in terms of the income. So, so the taxation will already be fairly good. Income tax 20%, which is actually good enough. 30% is probably, or 30 or 40% is where we want to end up ultimately. All right, we'll leave that one where that is. So the everything else is looking good there. The fact that we've actually got a factory already up and running is great. It's a really nice start for us to have. So the 2 decisions we have: new organisation. Now the Economic Council is going to be important initially, and so that's probably the one we're going to go with. And I want to move out. I want to move the guy across. What I think I'll do is I'll add that one in. The Zone City upgrade. I also want to do this one as well. We've got 15 left.
Understood.
So we'll go and do that as well. That's going to promote the population into London. So London will start to grow, and so that will be important. both the parties have got equal footing, but I think the Marshall Front must be the one that's actually in charge of the government at this stage. Then Chunk is in charge of that particular group. So we've got, unfortunately, our leaders are terrible. For a meritocracy, that's really, really poor. So we'll have to sort of try to get rid of them at some point. So let's go back to our management screen, and we'll put Ronald in as Sev, I think. Although I do like to keep them in the military. Or maybe Blaine can be Sev. What's his heroism? It's average. Let's go and change him. So Blaine, rename. It's going to be Sev. Sev Noonan. There we go. So Sev is, if this character dies, then Sev gets banned for half an hour from the chat. All right, so that's so Sev is in there. Now, in charge of we've got a machine gun infantry brigade and a light infantry brigade. So there's no machine guns in this second one. Let's go back out now to the map itself. There's a lot to do when you first sort of start playing. Then that's I'm just going to press number 1 again, because we need to now start to figure out where we're going to send the different groups. You can see that we've got the 1st infantry is down through here, and we have the 2nd infantry back up through this other side. And if I go and click on the actual group in through here, this is Aaron in charge of this particular group, and this is now Sev in charge of this group. So I definitely want to grab these, because this will then give me we'll pick up extra random benefits by coming into there first. So I'm going to go and try to move across. Oh, hang on, I've pressed the S key. If I always go WASD, and if I go back into here, I should go to here. I press the S key. So I need to either keep it on inspect or go to move. So the M key will then allow me to then move my units. The S key is used if units are on a what am I trying to say? If they're on a road. So it's strategic movement using the road networks, the logistics. So I've grabbed both of those. I do want to now grab this as well. So Bass Fort. So we want to sort of take this location. We want this one as well. So we'll pick up, these are all going to give me, that's 1, 2, 3, 4 little extras that we now actually have. And I'll just keep on trying to secure this area. And we do need to try to check out what's going on down here, really. There's nothing there. Maybe something up in there. We'll move this one down as well and just push these borders back. So in terms of what may be around us, there may be things wandering in from out through here. But I also, and there's nothing much that we can sort of see back in through this other side. This is defensive back in this other side. We do want to be moving out. So if we have a look and see what's actually in this location, we've got a small truck unit back in through here with rifle militia, trucks, some artillery and some buggies. So these are actually fairly good. Let's just go and move that one into here. That's given me another 2, which is awesome. Let's just get right up into the into this area. That's given me another one as well. So we've picked up all these little towns. It's more just I want to get the bonus from all these towns next turn. This one is a big one. And what else do we have left over? We've only got some small ones, and I need to make sure that I keep a fairly strong group back in the city itself. We do want to be protecting certain areas. Let's just go back up into here. Or we can go back out this way. Let's just claim territory. Just leave that one back where that is. Let's move these up close to this, where this one actually is. I do need to keep some of them back as garrisons, just in case something bad happens. We just need to be mindful of that. Now we do actually have these. These are like these little sunnies. We can actually sort of make use of these, and so we have different abilities we can do with them. They don't move as such, but they can do like air recon, air attacks. Let's just do an air recon, and we have a big range that we can go out to. So what are we interested in doing? We can sort of see all the way out to here by doing a recon here. It's going to start to chew through the oil a little bit, but it's still probably worth doing. In terms of, I wouldn't mind trying to find out what is in this range. So let's just go out to here. Just going to do an air recon in here.
Birds are in the sky.
So they're just going to see what's actually out that way. And we're seeing another area there. I'll just leave them. They can do another small air recon now that they've sort of flown out to that location. But we've flown out, had a look around, nothing much else to see it back out that side. But there's another a romantic view back in through there with another little settlement on that position. Now, who are we going to pick on first? We may not need to defend up through here. This is the 2nd Infantry, which are just full of, these are not, we're probably going to be wanting to attack into here, which means that we're going to need to defend. What I'll do is I'll move all of these across. I'll just go back to the movement again, press M. And we'll just, if I can get into these ruins, that would be useful. Just keep all of these together. Just push back against these mountains. We do actually have artillery as well. I'll just start to sort of move them slowly across back to the road network. So I can move these strategically along the roads. There's a good chance we're going to be sort of wanting to sort of hit that one at some point. This one here has just got the, so it's essentially an artillery range of only 1, so we have to be right next to whatever we're going to be firing on. If I press S, I can now use the road network. It can't even do it, it's too heavy. Just go back to movement again in that case. Just move these are very, very slow to move. Just move that one up as well. So we do have a rare metals location there as well. Actually, another thing we can do with the strategic map is to have a look and see, like we've got the regimes, we've got then the zones as well. We can sort of see the different zones around us, and then we have the stats, where we can actually then start to see where certain resources have been located. So if I go to all of the resources, we can see that we've got water, metal, and then we haven't built on this one yet. So that's actually something we could do because it's inside our territory. Again, it's going to cost me a little bit to sort of set things up, but I can then go and sell those. So that would be a good one for us if we could do it. Let's just go back to we've got the map modes in through there. I like to always also put on the current points to see what the logistics points are for the road networks, just so I can sort of see what's happening. And we've got the difficult terrain. Sorry, we've got the difficult logistics turned on, which means that we do have to manage the logistics. Yep, so it is a DasDemption game. So Began, I can give you, well, the only other one that's really going to, I prefer to try to keep the guys in the army area. We only have a level 2 in here, Aaron Coldlove, in through this other side, but he's only capped 2. He does have pretty good war score there, though. I think I'll have to give you him. So we'll just go and exit that one. Just go back into management. So Sev's got him. These are the 2 in charge of the military. Heroism is low. That's good. That means he's going to survive usually. Rename. So this will be Began. So we've got Began there. Cold Love there is fine. We'll give you that one. So that's Began. So we've got the 2 commanders there. Chunk is going to be destroyed. So I'm going to end up trying to get rid of him at some point. He's going to be terrible. Right, so we've still got other things that we then need to go back and do. Everything is now sort of coming back in. We need to get more of the political points. God, we're going to be struggling here. This is not going to be good at all. We don't have the recon on this particular location just yet. And we'll probably have to sort of swing back in. We'll probably have to use this group to mask this area before we sort of then take this one on. With what we end up having, we do have a little bit of money coming in, and we'll need to sort of check that each turn. It's been a little while since I've played the game, so I'm sort of just going to keep on trying to remember what we have to do. We possibly need to go and build in here. Let's just go and go back up into this one through this other side. We'll just go back. Actually, if we go back to London, just go to construction and see what we can build. Mining. Got the recycling facility number 2, which we don't have what we need for that one. Energy, solar panels. Energy-wise, we're doing okay. We don't need to do anything else there. The panels themselves will be good once we can sort of get that one going. The scavenging furnace, yeah, we don't need that one either. That's going to just rip through all of the scavenging areas that we've got, which are sort of rare. Industry 2, which we can't really do just yet. Biofuel refinery, not really going to be viable because we're not going to have the farming for it. If we were on a forest world or something like that, that would be good, but that's not going to be something we can really do. The ammunition factory is something we will need to build at some point, but just not yet. Government buildings, High Command 2. These are important. 4 rounds. 4 rounds. Currently impossible projects, so we need to have feudal level 1. This is interesting as well. So we're going to be new sorts of groups in through here. Bureaucratic officers 2. We need to be at civilization level 2 for that one. These give us the bureaucratic points, which are super important. So this one here is very tempting to go that way. It's going to cost me 400 metal, and at the moment I've almost got it. But then if I do that one, the industry points, yeah, we're going up about the same level. So in 4 rounds, I could actually grab the High Command version 2, which will give me political bonus point production per round as well. That will give me a bonus up into here, and also it will give me the 40 extra bureaucratic points, which is going to be super important to us. Logistics, we don't need to do anything. We're actually pretty good with everything we've got. So that's actually fine. So we can just go back out. I think we'll build the. We'll go back out and exit. We'll go into this area here to start with, and we'll just go back into construction here. And so in this case, under mining, we can get the rare metals mining facility It's going to be 2 rounds. We will need 2 machines. And we don't actually have any at this stage. And we'll need a fair bit of... so all the industry is going to have to be then applied to build this particular area. Wind traps are built on hills. Give us a bit of water as well. So we may need to build them as well at some point. And we've got solar panels as well again if we do need them. But we're going to need these rare metals for different things, but we can also sell them. Yeah, this is... I do want this, but to get that one, if we just go back out and we now look at, for example, the trade. Where is that? Where everything actually is now. If we... God, where's trade? It's not there. I forgot where trade is. I thought it was over... Oh, there it is. Trade. Okay, so we can sell off certain things. So the traders have 1,000 credits available for purchase. And so so we can sell things off. We can also buy things from them. And usually the first round, things are fairly cheap. So they've got 4 machines available at only 77 credits. So I'm going to go and buy all 4 for 300. So we'll go and buy those. We don't need anything else really from them. So, we'll go and buy those, because we will need those. And we'll go back to sell now, and we'll sell off the rare earth that we have. So we're down to only, well, it's going to be a small amount. I wish that would update as we sort of do things. So I can essentially sell off 35 of those for 333 credits. So they only want 35 of the 43 that we have. So let's go and sell those. Now, other things we have. Water, it's 0.6 credits. Even food, 0.72 credits. If we sold off, say, well, I'll actually buy, I'll buy a little bit extra there as well. That's going to sort of get us down to about 1,200. I think we can do that. Let's go and sell that off. And the rare earth, I'll sell a little bit of those off. You know, I'll probably actually be okay again now. Like with what by doing that. Food is not required by the traders at the moment. They're fully stocked up. So let's just go and cancel that one. So that's now given us basically back where our money was, which is fine. So Freezerin is saying, well, I've been waiting for this for ages. Love to see the features. I've missed 2 hours of all the features, pretty much. Pretty much. So, no, so Voodoo Doc saying, is Republica out already? Sorry for the repeated questions. How is it? It's extremely good. And again, if you sort of watch the first hour or so of this stream, you'll sort of see the, we sort of go through like what it does introduce. It sends a chill down my spine, actually, just what it does do. It does so much. It's just incredible, actually, as a DLC package. So it's much bigger and more meaningful than what I ever thought it was going to be. It's just brilliant. So anyway, that's but I do go through it in a lot of detail at the start. So I won't go back there and repeat that just yet, because it's going to we're not going to really see the benefit, or we're not going to see it really in action for quite some time. But seeing the scope of what it can do is just phenomenal. Every little decision now has a bearing on the political situation with this, which is pretty cool. All right, so we'll go and we'll end our turn here. I'm pretty sure we've now done everything we needed to do. We've got. Did we set the building? No, we didn't do the building, did we? Oh, no, I can now do the building. I need to do that. So construction. We're going to go into mining, and we're going to build this rare metals mining facility. So I'll start the construction there. And so we now have 4 machines. We need 2 of them to build this one. And so that will then be good. In terms of the assets that we have, industry is only giving me industry points. So it's not giving me the actual machines yet. So we'll need to get more of those at some point. Anyway, let's keep on going. We've got the airbase as well, which I could ditch that, but I do like the fact that this thing can move just so far. Let's go and end our turn here. it should start to move off into different locations. Six decisions, 88 reports waiting for us. So again, we've got the time of learning will come into full force. Our scav teams, now we're going to find a lot of these. This is actually why we want those little areas. So our scav teams found a sealed silo near a Masfer in the zone London. So 220 credits have been recovered. That's great. So we found some money. I do find this AI generated content really does add to the flavour of the game, like a hell of a lot. It really does feel like, as I said, quite dystopian, just in the overall approach. But it really does position the game beautifully, I think. I found again GR weapons near Lanrelis. This allowed reserve. We end up getting TGR Velociraptors. So this is actually going to be useful. This is Galactic Republic weaponry. We found one operational GR weapons near Far Balcony in the zone London. This allows us to let our reserve recruits form 300 GR grade machine gunners. Nice. GR weapons again found in the zone London. This allowed us to let our reserve recruits form the 10 GR cataphract. I don't think that's all that useful. Scav teams found a sealed silo near Queverbig in the zone London. 247 credits have been recovered. Awesome. Advancing troops. This is all of those little towns that we took over. Near Marsbig in the zone London. 3 machinery has been secured. Nice. Advancing troops found intact Galactic Republic equipment near Basfort. So we end up with 300 GR grade infantry there as well. And admin level has reached level 4, which is good. We get a Fate Stratagem pack for that one. So celebrations. So that looks like the same guy, just in a different uniform. Must be brothers. All right, so we end up where we can actually go. If we do need to get political points, I can now play this card. Prestige damage. Now that one is... yeah, we end up with +4 fate points, which is quite nice. GR Combat Simulator. Actually, we should have... I forgot, I think we still had some zone cards we could have played as well. There's meat, there's music, there's drinks, and the president. Yeah, there we go. So we'll just let them come back through. Now this is these are political stratagems. This is now new in the game with the Republica DLC. So we've got public recognition back in through here. The more good things you can say about the leader will be pleased. There's a political stratagem pact. The relations of the leader will improve. More so if the leader is very suitable for his job. Less so if the leader is less suitable. Type and conditions. This political stratagem belongs to the meritocracy category. It's common stratagem to find in a political stratagem pack. It's normally executed by the Director of the Interior Council. Now, we're going to need a Director of the Interior Council as well, because we have to get rid of some of these guys. Difficulty is based on the leader's altruism. Leader is the increased. So the Interior the Interior Council is essentially the HR department. And we will need it, just because we've got such poor leadership. Oratory skills, yeah, that's actually okay. So that's the combat trainer as well. All right, this is Panzerhead, true expert of armoured warfare. Actually, that one doesn't have a tooltip. There we go, we've got Panzerhead there. We don't have it there, I wonder why. So this one here is, so this one is required. This will give us like the unit, the Panzerhead unit feature. So again, coming from meritocracy. So there's all these extra cards now that we end up getting, which is cool. And then we have our base cards as well. So we've sort of just set things up. So all of these little, like Masfer and all these little locations, we're now finding we've got these different sorts of units. So if we go into here, the Velociraptor, this is a, if I go and click on this particular unit, there's an ancient Galactic Republic equipment taken into our service as a medium tank. It can do a lot of damage. The thing we mainly want to be looking at is the hit points. So hit points versus infantry and then non-infantry. So it's very, very good against other tanks. And it does actually have then the attacks are... Actually, where's the attack? It's normally in here. Hard attack there we go. Hard defense. Yeah, there's the soft attack. So this one is not very good against infantry, but is good against armor. So that's important for us to sort of know how. But it does have fairly good survivability. It's got high recon there of 12 as well, which is good. It has been issued 25mm liquid armor. So it is actually very, very advanced. So we'll leave that one where that is. We ended up picking up other things as well. We got another group over here. This is the Cataphract, which is a monitor tank. Actually, I thought this was a weak tank. Look at the damage this one does. So this is ancient Galactic Republic equipment. So this is a massive, massive gun. So its main armament is a beam gun. It has been issued 150mm steel plating with a nuclear engine. It is a somewhat underpowered engine, so it's going to be a bit slow. But the damage it does for soft attack and soft defense is good. Incredible hit points, and it does actually have incredible hard attacks and hard defense as well. So this is an absolute beast. So it comes from the group of tanks. Quality is elite and through this other group. So we found this one through here. Extra large chassis design that can support up to 400mm of armour and up to 300mm gun. The cost calculation size is level 10. So this is, we can open up the design of it, so then goes through the actual design of the tank itself. Some of this will be randomised, but that's for us, that's a really nice bonus to have. So we have to make sure that we make good use of these units. We also picked up some Galactic Republic, this is just Galactic Republic infantry, back in through this other side. So this is, if you have a look at these guys, these are, main armour is a laser rifle, which is beyond what we have, and also has got combat armour. So its actual, the hit points are good. The actual, the soft attack is 100, its defense is 200. This isn't fantastic, but it is actually, it's not too bad. Even against, the defense against armor is actually okay as well. But these are useful, but they're certainly stronger than what we have at the moment. Have a look, as an example, if you have a look at the grunts that we have, they have a soft attack of 68 and then a soft defense of 137. So it's not dramatically different with what it does have. It's only got an Enviro suit, and their hit points is much, much lower as well. So that's sort of what we're dealing with in there. What else did we find? We found some other machine gunners somewhere. Where are they? I'm sure we found machine gunners. Oh, there they are. Yes, so it's in here. So these again are going to be, these have got light blaster in through this other side. Look at the damage. Oh my God. So this is the soft attack, soft defense, and good hit points in through here, which is great. And yeah, so it does use the energy, it uses up energy weapons. It does require 1 food. The nuclear-powered tanks don't. Does this one have nuclear power? Yeah, nuclear engine. So the actual fuel is pretty much nothing. It does require 1 food, and then the weaponry again is energy. So that's just going to come out off here, I think. All right, so that's actually good. We've got some really, really good units in here that we've picked up. So that puts us in good stead right from the very, very start. So you stack these into one large unit. Well, I can only put units of the same type together. So unfortunately, these are not really going to be all that great. Excuse me, working with the others. But this one here, the fact that it can do so much, I'm going to pop that one against with the machine gun group that we have over here. Sorry, no, this is the machine gun group in here. Well, this is sort of now pushing that we possibly want to go down this way. So what I'll do is I'll move, I'm going to attach both of these to this group, and then we'll start to now move off and just secure again the entrance points coming back into everything. So if we just go back in, so I will actually attach these. So if we go into their unit admin, and we're going to change the HQ of this one. At the moment, this is just purely under the role of the current Supreme Headquarters. So I'm going to go and change the HQ to the 1st Machine Gun Infantry Brigade. So at the moment, it's with the 1st SHQ. So we'll put this one with the machine gunners, which are all over here anyway. So it's now changed. Its readiness will now drop. So its readiness will now drop down to 70. In fact, I thought it would even go lower. I thought it would go to 50. And we'll also put this one in with them as well. So the cataphract. Now the cataphract again, what's its recon? Its recon is only 4. So it's not really geared for recon. But this one with its attack, it is good. So we're going to apply that as well. So we'll just go in and get that one. Unit admin, change HQ. I can only put 2 extras in with the different brigades. So I can't put anything else in with the others. Now these guys here, it's still worth putting these other ones back in with the other group. There's nothing else we actually picked up. Sorry, I'll just go and press the M key again. But I might as well put this with the other one. We've only got one of them. We can get up to 10 in the groups, but we've only got one at this stage. So we'll actually go across and unit admin, change HQ. I can no longer put them there, but I can put them in the second light brigade with Began. So Began can have that one, but the main attack group we're going to have is the other one, the other group. Now, having said that, I probably really want to bring this one down into here just to get the recon on what's going to be happening, because the recon, this is the highest recon unit that we have. So I'm just going to move that one down. It wasn't enough to push the recon out through this other side. And then we'll also go and attach this one as well to Began's group. Unit admin, change HQ to the second light. And again, I can move these around. I've got to think about what we do here. We don't really need to keep on going out into this region. We are very spread out here. Just keep these sort of coming in around. You can certainly see all the things in through here. Newburgh I would like to get. Don't have enough groups there. Okay, now with the extra recon, we're now starting to see what these actually are. This will give us a clue as to what we're dealing with on this particular location. So with this one here, we only had like 4 extra recon that came into this particular location. I'll try to explain all the different mechanics as we sort of come across them. We're wanting to sort of find out who we're dealing with. So these are fanatics. And if we have a look to see what the group is through here, this is the Athalar communes. This will be a group of religious fanatics that are in through this other side. So they will fight with fanaticism when they actually do fight. If you go back to the actual group themselves, so this is the actual units that are in there. So there's 1,400 of them. There's heaps. But we can see through there, their hit points are fairly low. They have very poor, they're soft attack and soft defense. So they attack very poorly and they defend very poorly. So they've only got enviro suits. So these are very, very weak. And they do have a heart attack there of only 7. So if they attack my tank, they haven't got a hope in hell, really. They can be lucky, but it's extremely unlikely. And then they've a 15 defense again against that big tank. So this is extremely weak. There's a heap of them though, so there's a lot of them actually in that group. But overall, it's not really going to worry us. Let's just move this one down as well. I keep on meaning to show the recon. This one here, when we have a look at this particular stack, underneath here we've got just sand in what we end up having, and so this is all the information about the actual location that we're looking at through here. So this is the area name is the Owl Wastes. The zone name is Castanau. Roads present just dirt roads that run north-south, which we can see through there. Now we've got the recon points on that location now 53 because of the different units that are around it. Minimum recon for unit information was 40, and so that was enough for us to sort of see what was there. Minimum recon for full unit information is 400. So we're still a long way off. We've got vague ideas that we've seen, like these sort of characters in their enviro suits sort of moving through the sand dunes. We're not at war with them at all, but that's all we've really sort of seen through there. Now in the sand, it's also important to know what we're going to do with the attacking. So you can see there in the under landscape plain sand, we've got troop type running down through there with infantry, guns, motorised tanks, walkers. So we've got a combination of infantry and guns, infantry and tanks, with what we could actually bring into bear here. We've got 0 attack modifiers for any of the either for the infantry or for the or for guns, which we do have guns, but they're in the other end there through there. So Chris is saying, do you know when this DLC is due out? It's either tomorrow or the next day. It says the 9th of April is what it says, but it's the 8th of April for me already. I think it's the 7th of April for most of you guys. So I think it's 2 days' time. So yeah, 2 days to go. So it's very, very close. Anyway, so this one here, you can see down through there the tanks, when we attack, we have a negative 60% to attack into sand dunes. So our actual attack from our big tanks is not going to be anywhere near as good. So this is where we have to be a bit more careful about. Again, terrain is so important. That's why that little mod pack that I've got is helps a lot, just in terms of being able to figure out what you need to do to actually then, to get a result. So we're attacking into sand dunes all the way through here. So they actually have also a defensive modifier of negative 40%. So tanks don't defend well in the sand. Movement type as well, like we've got different movements there for the different types of groups as to what it costs them in terms of action points. They've typically got 100 action points to start with anything that actually does happen with what's going on. So foot movement is going to take up a quarter of their moves to move through sand. They've got zone of control, a penalty. You can see down through there the road, where's the road? We've got the truck logistics, organic supply, road construction. That's not going to do it. There should be a road cost in through there as well. Zone of control penalty, yeah, that's okay. That's going to give, to move through the enemy zone of control is costing me action points as well. The enemy, yeah, so that's going to be 10. But anyway, it's the recon points there. We've only got 53 there. We have started to see what's in here as well. And if we have a look at the recon, we've got 40 in there, which is the minimum that we need. So again, it's minimum recon for unit information is 40, and we have 42 on that particular hex. And again, this is just going to be sand dunes. And so we have recon, actually we do have recon points of 40, and we have a minimum recon for the unit information is 40. So we're getting basic information here. It looks like it's just full of fanatics is what we actually end up having here. So yeah, fanatics in through there. There's a heap of them in here. So again, it's very, very low structure, but just heaps and heaps of them. So there's just an absolute mountain of fanatics that are actually in this particular region. So we're going to sort of compress them and then start to, we'll start to sort of do the attacks. But our tanks are much less effective. Back through here is rocky plains, so we're sort of on the edge here. And again, knowing what the terrain is doing, you can see there the tanks don't have any negatives at all with what actually does happen. In the rocky plains, infantry can actually entrench there, whereas in the actual, in the sand dunes, there's only minimal entrenchment if they do stay there for any length of time. So they can't really entrench, which means that these guys can't entrench either. So these are just going to be basically the entrenchment level. If we go back to this 45, we can see some information, and a lot of this is just guesswork. But we actually have, this is the action points, which we don't know at this stage. Readiness is 100, this is what we're assuming. Morale is high. This is the experience is lowish. And then we've got the entrenchment there of 70. So they've got some entrenchment as if they just sit where they are. Anyway, let's keep on going with 6 decisions. So we do have an able commander is offering services. So we'll have a look at all of these different things. We've got up to 32 political points, which is good. So we've been visited by a former military commander of Dubasilo. This commander is willing to join our state in return for our assistance. The required favour is that you are to liberate his home village on hex 2717 within 7 rounds. So let's see where that actually is first. And if we can do it, I will do it. But we'll just have a quick look. So 2717. If I go and click any old place, this is 2533. So if we go back up, that's going to be 2531. So we need to be 27. So it's in this range here. Just go back up again. 2722. There. So that's actually where his town is. Now there is a road that extends up the top. Well, before we say yes, let's just see what we're dealing with. We're not going to get through there. So we've actually come across a group in through that side. And these are also fanatics. Yeah, they've got the same stats. So I really can't get there. So that's not really going to be doable. So I've got limited time. So what then happens with this decision is, if we say yes, these guys like that decision. But if we say no, actually these guys still like the decision, which is good. And we just can't do it. 7 rounds is going to be too much. We've got other things we want to be doing. So I'm going to go no, unfortunately. It would be nice to have had a better general. But we'll go no.
Roger that.
And national budget allocations. We've got faction candidate in through here. Martial Front demands that you hire their candidate. This is Chunk again. I'll accept it. So just to keep the faction on point. So Charlie Gull River has reported. Now they're usually pretty useless. We'll see what we end up getting. So Charlie Gull River in through here. Cap 2. Not terrible. I'll just leave that one. I'll come back to the national budget in just a minute. Organisational decisions, new director of the Economic Council. Now we do actually have reserve pool members in through here, where we do actually have, again, the suitability rating of 30 there, but he's still not going to be really good enough. So I'm going to now change that one across to somebody else. We have the Economic Council task priorities. I'll come back to these as well. Diplomatic decisions. So Coxbone demands an oath of peace. So this one here is, now where are they? So swear a ritualistic and ancient oath of peace. Chairman of Coxbone tells us a ritual encompassing a solemn promise of peace is what we need for today, for next year, for eternity. So let's actually see what, yes, let's bring out the priest. So let's see who that actually is. So if we just move the strat cards, sorry, not strat, the strategic map. So Coxbone is this little area through here. Now I can do that because I'm probably going to be wanting to take over this area to start with and then come back and swing around. So the fact that they want to have peace is actually not too bad. So let's just go and do that one. We don't know who they actually are yet. We are moving in close to them though. And so again, if we have a look at this particular location, this is also a sand dunes where they actually are. And we've got a recon there of only 25 at this point in time. Now I can move up into there, and that's enough because this one here, this particular group, had militia buggies. The militia buggies have got like 15 recon. These are our best recon unit. And so these are improvised armoured car. So this one here is actually is essentially going to be able to then see what's around. And in this case, what have we got again? We've got Guardians this time, and Assassin androids and Warrior androids. So these are actually these are feats that are part of what they actually end up having. So the Guardians have got they're pretty weak again with what they end up doing. I'm not seeing too many of them. Yeah, these have got Sentinels, they've got androids. These are strong. Yeah, I think being friendly with these is actually going to be good. It's a very different group there. We've taken over another little town there, which is good. So let's go and say yes to that, just because I think that they're going to be a hard one for us to take over anyway. So we'll go into now the this is an oath of peace. So what I want to do here is just go and get a little bit extra around the place. Just give them a little bit of stuff before we actually sort of say yes. Let's go and take over that as well. And they can then have all of this, I guess, unless we sort of move up into here. Yeah, we'll just give them a corridor. So that'll be basically all that they can really sort of operate in once we say yes to the peace deal here. So go back to the decisions. So yes, bring out the priests.
Roger that.
So yeah, morality went up by 20 points. Relation with them went up by 60 points, which is good. And so this one here in profile, the heart profile went up as well. So we're back down to just the organisational decisions, which we'll look at in just a minute. So we've still got 30 political points, and with 3 decisions to make. We have a quick look at the reports. Yeah, actually the Virtus score is going up slightly, which is good. And these are the well-being score is coming down slightly, which won't matter that much just yet, I don't think. We'll have a look at that in just a little while. Now the advisor. So this one now is we now actually have secure borders here, and so I'm happy enough with that. So that'll then that at least gives us a nice border, and we've actually been able to encroach a fair way out into that territory. So what we need to do now is we need to go back into our management screen, and actually before we do that, let's have a quick look back again at the strat cards that we have that we can play. Leaders. Yeah, the scientific outpost. I should have played this before. Now we've only got 2 fate cards to play. We do have feats as well. This one's going to give me a science ability as well, which would be good. Nation-wise, I can always play this card for 1 fate point. GR Combat Simulator. Yeah, I won't do that one just yet. Give you the specified GR tech. What do we end up getting? Yeah, no, I won't worry about that one either at this stage. Send spies out, miners, majors. Yeah, we don't need those. So it really comes down to, well, there's nothing there that I really need to play. I may need that one at some point. Let's just see if we can actually do this without, like, initially just get what we need out of this next round. So if I go back to the advisor, I'm going to call him because he is super intelligent. He's also an inventor, so he's ideal for the Economic Council. I'm going to call him, and we're going to relieve him because we have a better job. So this is going to cost me 12 political points, which is fine. So, firing a leader with the average seniority ranking 44 will have the consequence. The same faction members will suffer a little bit. Now we can actually, depending on what we do here, is this will actually then sort of get. I can relieve pretty much anyone. I think I really should relieve that my main guy as well. Yep, so that's okay. He wasn't attached to any faction. So actually he was attached. It's the same one as Chunk. If we go and look at him, for example, and give him a call and relieve him. I really want him out of there, to be honest. But I don't have anyone. Yeah, at least I can get rid of him. It's going to be. I'll let him stay there for another turn. We've only got 18 political points, but I can get rid of him. So we'll. But we don't have anyone really worth coming in just yet. So we'll wait until we get a tier 4 or 5, and then we'll replace him once we get someone better with that. So he's now in the reserve pool. We're going to need to get another advisor. So it'll probably be Totor, I would imagine. So Totor was okay, but just didn't have, like we didn't have the invention skills. So let's go across, back to the map, decisions, and we need a new leader in here. And so he has now got the suitability is actually 28. Break better job. I love he's had a lot of more information into what we sort of see now with everything. So I do want to appoint Ronald into this particular role. It's saying that Charlie Gulriver is actually more suitable, but not over the long haul. So we'll give that one there. So that one's fine. We'll just get him into that position. Now the Economic Council task priorities. We do want to be doing prospecting. The economic policies change as well. We want to sort of keep them thumping along, but maybe only at say 10%. Let's just leave them there. Prospecting, I'll keep this one at, say, 20%. And really the way that this one then works is that the difference between discovery and research is if you're not researching, it all goes into discovery. So I can actually go to 0 and 70, and actually then it should then all go into discovery. And so this is what we want. We want to find what we need to then build up what we have to then go and do. His main job is going to be doing this research, but we don't have any research just yet. So I'm just going to confirm that. And so what that's going to do is we'll have a look at this when we end the turn. Now, the actual budget, seen through here, Supreme Command Council still needs a lot more than the Economic Council at this stage. But I will just raise it slightly to, say, 40. So 40-60, we'll just go confirm. So Connor Cretterman, relation has gone down, who is our sort of like the director in charge of that, who is also very, very poor. God, it would almost be worth sacking him and putting Totor in charge there. 18. Let's have a quick look and see again. Management screen. Yeah, this Connor Cretterman is just a shocker, absolute shocker. Yeah, I can't really afford it. He's part of the other group. Yeah, I wouldn't mind him being an advisor or something, but that's not really going to work. It's an important role that he's in. Very important role. All right, let's just leave it there. Let's go back to the map and continue on again. So we've got the so they're all sort of moved. We've still got a lot of these that can actually sort of then move down. We will be wanting to. Keep on pressing the wrong keys there. WASD. Got to remember it's the arrow keys. Just get these into position to start to get this one fairly soon. That one's fine where that is. We do have big openings in here now. Getting up into these hills is going to be useful. Now, Goliath gun. Military research bonus points there as well. Can't take that. It's another little town as well. Again, I want as many of the benefits we can get from the towns as possible. I need to protect this area, so I can even just use the commander for that. I no longer need to be around this one at all. To move off. Yep, that's just a little town of free folk. I'll keep them all where they are now. We've got a bit of an opening here, so we'll hopefully these won't get, won't be raiders or anything. So we'll end our turn there. I think I'm pretty sure we've sort of now done. Yeah, building up. Okay, so we found, okay, there we go, we've got 300 GR grade machine gunners, so we're going to add them to the existing machine gunners, which is fantastic. So that's good. Expanding, that's good as well. So these guys here, I'm just going to go and add them to the other group. All the way around. I won't surround the whole town because I want them to have an area that they can actually escape into. It makes it easier, ultimately. Ooh, umbrella apparatus. What's this one? Going to give us research bonus points of +20 again. So we'll go and do all this stuff. This is Cox Mark down through here. We don't know. It's all unknown down the bottom there. All right. So that's sort of working out fairly well. Okay, another little town. Again, the towns are super important. Now we're starting to run out of supply here, but this one gives us another location in here. So just to go through, now we're starting to sort of see the operational supply. So I'll just quickly talk about this as well. So you've got operational logistics through there. See how the color changes? So what that's doing is it's showing the operational logistics. Where it's green down through here, it means that we've got full supply off the road networks. And then we end up with sort of like yellow through here, where we sort of end up with like a 75% supply. This sort of aqua color is about 50% supply, and then we have about 25% supply in the red. Beyond the red, it's just going to go to sort of like just a standard, like the color, like the same color as when we're not looking at it. And that means we've got no supply, no operation, no operational logistics. One of the benefits of infantry, and like in this sort of case, is that we can actually we can do a lot of things with these guys. So they will get their supply. If I go back, I've got the current points running through here. If I go to the preview points, we'll then sort of start to see other different numbers coming back up this way. So this one here, you can see that there's 20. This one's showing 20 points. There's a total of 20 units back in through here. So the 20 points that's coming up through there are to supply these different units. But again, it's difficult for them to reach what they actually have. They will always supply food at 100%, but they won't supply ammunition or anything like that. So if we have a look at the actual group, we'll start to sort of see that at the moment their supply is 100. So if and infantry have got like a bit of an advantage with this. There's the HQ power. That's okay. That won't really make any real big difference in through here. We're sort of well dug in because we're actually in a hill. So there's high mountains that we've moved into. So we start off with very, very high entrenchment. But in this case, as long as we sort of stay in the anywhere up into the red zone, we're actually okay. So I'm going to move out into there, for example, and just go and pick that one up. We're still actually okay in that position. Let's go and move up into here and in here. And again, I can't quite move across there. And you can see there that these will block supply, like the low mountains in through here. There will be a supply, organic supply of 20. I think that's what it is. If we go back to the plains, Rocky Plains, we're getting supply of 12. This is the action point cost to move supply back out into these different locations. And again, off the road, that one there is being supplied. There'll be more coming the next turn, I would think, with that one. Actually, no, that one there I think can walk its way through. Let's just move that one up. Just want to keep these sort of coming where they are. These are showing where we have different things that sort of pulling supply out from the road network. At the moment, we don't need to worry about it, but we will eventually need to sort of get all this sort of stuff under better control. Just move that one into there. I'm not ready to pull the button yet to start the attack in this location with Sev's group. In fact, what I want to do is I want to bring this one across. I'm going to go back to strategic. I'll just go back to current points so we can sort of see what the current points are. I'm going to go and do strategic movement down into here. In fact, I can just do it to there. That'll be okay. That's going to severely, again, get their readiness right down. But I can then march it up and just get it ready for the next fight with those machine gunners. So we can just go back to normal movement again. Yeah, might as well just move it down, I guess. So when we get cracking with this, we're going to be able to have this thing surrounded, basically. Now these guys here aren't ideal for where they actually are. I'll just leave them where they are for now. So we'll start to sort of bring everyone else around so we can take this town. So new advisor. So we can actually now appoint one of these. Now I've got Hopper Boer, leaders that are not nominated. Now he would have been okay. I don't want him to be the advisor. He's the Governor of London. I'm happy enough for him to stay there, or maybe the other one. Let's just exit that one for a minute. Yeah, charisma's low here. He's not going to be good as a governor. His charisma's not much better. We have no advisor. We propose you choose one of the candidates' candidate nominations. So he's actually moving to a different role. Yeah, damn, this is a hard one. I think I want him. He was the leader. Looks like they've actually changed leaders. I can use the intelligence here to actually promote, to help the governor anyway. So let's go and get him. Let's appoint him.
Aye, aye, sir.
So he's now the advisor. And I can actually go and tell him to go and help. So the Athara commune demands regular relations. This is the, which ones are these? Have another quick look and see which one's Athara. Athara commune. Is that one there? No, we don't want to do that because we're going to take this one over. So, so they're actually asked for a relationship, but it's not going to happen. So we go no.
Roger that.
So morality went down by 10 points, and then the relationship went down with them as well. So morality again is one of these new Republica things that we need to sort of be trying to manage a little bit, but we're still actually okay. Money situation is very, very healthy at this stage. Now the other stuff we have, everything is going up quite nicely. So we're going to have this thing built next turn. Industry-wise, we don't have a lot of industrial points just yet, so we'll wait for that to be built. And then we can sort of do other things. Leave that turn here. They're now moving out. This is what we don't really want to have happen. Another 400 machine gunners. And another 300, great, that's good. That allows me to then start to pop them into different locations. I'm going to move that one back. We're going to do strategic movement all the way down to here. We're going to move this one down into here as well. Just going to go back to more normal movement. And so with the groups in through here, I want to now combine all of these together. So these guys are now encroaching in, and we do now need to go off and protect these different locations, but I want to have all of these together. So I'm just going to go in and hit up that one. I'll just go into the unit information. So this one here, transfer between units in the same hex. So the source is going to be this one here, going into, and I don't think I can actually do it to something that's not a machine gun group. Like if I just go into the that one there, I can't do it. So the but I can do the which one is it? Which one is it? This one here. So this is the one that we want to then be transferring into. So I'm going to transfer everything across. So we'll do the transfer. That will then get rid of that group. Then we have the other group as well. So we'll just go back into this one here, transferring across into this one here, which will give me up to you know, strength 10, which is as high as we can get. So that's actually good. We'll just go and transfer. So we now have an extremely strong GR grade machine gun group, which is ideal. All right, so we'll cancel that. So we've now done that transfer. So now we have a extremely strong machine gun faction. Now these are the groups. I need to now stop where these are going. I keep pressing the WASD keys. And we need to block them off. I need to make sure that I keep some defense in here. But we want to sort of stop. We want to stop the rot from, like, we want to stop them from encroaching in. Another group coming back in from in here. This is a territory, so that could be anything. Just don't know what it is. Just move that one across. These are now, I'm sort of concerned about where we are up the top here. Yeah, there's Nearest there. Get back across the top of these mountains. And we'll move this one back into position around here somewhere. So what are we seeing here? We're seeing a group of scavengers. So they've actually got like wasp hive feats and energy lancers. Still fairly weak. Yep, so relatively weak subculture of raiders, but scavengers sometimes have access to powerful artifacts due to their small but often successful archaeological digs, which is what we're seeing through here. So these are Limb Stench Militia, which is from that group there. Scavengers, minor regime. So they're going to be sort of all over the place. They shouldn't be attacking us initially. I don't really want to be using... who have we got there? We've got the... This is Sev's group. What I'll do is just move that one back up into there to block that off. Move that one up. Just start to get these troops ready to assault. So we can sort of block them from moving. These are opportunistic. It's basically what they sort of end up doing. Just move them out of the town. Now they've all sort of moved. So we're moving away from these fanatics. It's pretty cool now the way that the game sort of, you know, does have these different types of groups which sort of kick in a little bit. Well, I think we'll start to assault this one next, particularly now that we've got this group. The unfortunately, the readiness does need to come up a little bit with that particular faction, but it is powerful. Oh, we've got that other group there right away. So we'll go and attach this one to it. So I'm just going to go into transfer. So from that one to this one. And that's done. That's nice. So that's now got 6. I don't think we had found any more of those. I think that's all we've got from those infantry. It's a good little group there. All right, let's. I think that's what we needed to do. We now actually have this one here, so we're going to start to be operating from that one fairly soon. So that's actually all good. We are getting a little bit more industrial points. I think what I might do is I might just go back into London again. Just go back into construction. Now this one here, we need 110 per turn. Or I can actually go and start to get some other units. I might do that. We've got a little bit of logistics running out through this other side. I do need to start to wind these up. Got 600 points there. If we just go into raise formation. Now I wish the game would start on brigade and not on corps. This is going to be actually just a independent unit, so we can sort of then get small groups. We've got 2 pages. So we've got the independent recon with the buggies. Now I've got just enough to be able to pick this one up. So we've got 51% of what's required. Now if you've got over 50%, you can build it. If you've got under 50%, you can't. So what are we running short on? The industry. So the industry is the issue here. So I might as well leave it for a turn and just get our industry points up. Or do we start to ammunition? We're still actually okay. Everything is pretty healthy. How far off are we here? Yep, so we're getting up towards the maximum storage there. Still got a lot more that we can do there. This oil is sort of going down a little bit. Oil is going to be a big problem for us. We are going to have to get, because it's a desert world, we don't really have the, we're not going to find oil for mining. So we'll end our turn here. A couple of votes saying, who's the dev team behind the game? It's not a team, it's one man. It's a developer called Vic, who is phenomenal at what he does. He's an absolute genius. And so it's just, so Vic is a lone developer for the actual game itself. And again, we've got archaeological effort there, which is actually a good one. So so to answer the question, there is actually, so actually Nina Vic saying, oh yeah, Republica is finally out, not yet, for 2 more days. So, Zika, so I'm trying to hack Shadow Empire to work on my machine. I'm not sure what machine you've got, but it's an incredible game. It's like in terms of it being like a combat style game, like we're playing like now a strategic / tactical game at this point in time. But just the combination of elements that he's put into this game is absolutely phenomenal. It's just incredible, and so for a lone developer to be able to do that is just astoundingly good. So anyway, we've got these. We've now blocked that off. Essentially, what we'll do is we'll just move these down as well into the sand dunes there. I do need to stop these guys from doing anything. We're not seeing enough. There could be people hidden in there, which we don't know. We're seeing them now. Let's move these across. So we're leaving a big gap open in here, but we do have a relationship with this border, so this border is not critical. I'm just going to move these down to get them closer to potential fights. Keep them where they all are. These militia forces are just going to be sort of moving out into the into no man's land. I do want to move that one back away so that Began is, in case they do get aggressive. Just keep them back. There is a zone of control, essentially, which makes it hard for units to break through. These are now up to 70%. Let's just move it into position here. I'm relatively happy with where all of they actually are. That's going to be fine. So we have monstrous attacking through here with these guys. That's going to be a really, really powerful attack going in. So we'll wait for one more turn, and then we'll sort of do the assault on that particular city, and we'll take it over as quickly as we can. Now we've got policy speech. So this is where we have to say what we're going to do within a certain time. This now the word score is now really important to you. The word is the trust level. So the Senate and your subjects are eager to hear about the short-term priorities. A choice between the following 3 goals are expected. So the average relation with other regimes reached 43. We don't want to do that. The goal is our average population happiness to reach 76%. That'll give us +7 commerce. Or the goal is the number of victory points reach at least 8.8, which we can do if we take this town. So I'm going to do that one there. So this is going to, now what we end up getting on successful delivery of your promised goal, you'll get +10% word score. With failure, it costs you -20% word score. And what that means is, if we go back into our reports, our word score at the moment is only 43. So we must have failed somewhere where we sort of asked, we were going to do something, but then we actually reneged on the deal. And so this actually is a problem. The word score impacts a lot of things. We're still doing okay up through here. Look at the Virtus reports. You know, you can see there the word score is now impacting negatively with what's actually happening. So we need to get the trust level up to sort of start to do this thing. This one here, if we keep on going, we're going to then degrade. As we get low Virtus, we then go from a meritocracy into an oligarchy. So we have to be sort of careful that we don't allow that to happen. So we'll go with the victory points. Now the victory points, again, if we go back to reports and victory overview. So we're on 6.2. We can see there the others are doing better than us. And we do need to keep on pushing up. So we need to get this one higher, and if we take another city, that's going to probably be enough. So we'll actually go and do that one there. So if we just go and say that, yep, we get the victory points up. So we go that way. Scavengers trades they offer machinery. So in this case, the Lithostone Union traders, they offer to sell us 9 machinery for 100. Oh wow, that's very, very good. So we go yes.
Roger that.
All right, so scavengers have found that one. Military Genius of the 5th Machine Gun. So Sev has got this one through here. We've got there's one soldier in the 5th Machine Gun Infantry Battalion that is truly clever and has already saved his comrades many times. He's the cunning of a fox and always manages to outsmart the enemy. We're going to give him a special training. What's your preference? So we can make him a Claymore expert, which will give him, this will improve enforcement, but we can make him an intelligence expert with meritocracy going up. So I'm going to keep on doing that. It's all good where we have that. And now if we go back in and have another quick look at the, let's go back and have a look at the management screen and the political areas. Yeah, unfortunately our leader capability levels are so shitty. It's really, really bad. This is making, we're not getting anything great. We do have workplace pride now. So yeah, things are sort of still moving along fairly solidly there. We get another political stratagem pack in 7 rounds. Next political system level goes up in 5 rounds. So we'll end up into this one here, HR Excellence. We'll just go back to the map. All right, well, I'm not ready to attack just yet, so we'll just wait one more turn. Oh, by the way, there was a question the other day, I forget who asked it, whether I was going to upgrade the mod that I've got for Field of Glory Kingdoms, and I did mod that. I did install. I fixed that one up yesterday, so that's actually been is now ready for the new DLC for Field of Glory Kingdoms as well. So that particular font pack is now up and running. Again, just get it from my coffee.com page if you do want that one. Suffer no losses. Bought. Okay, so this one here we get. I've bought Crony CEO Social Standing Feat for 500 credits. Okay. Hope he didn't spend our money. I've got a funny feeling he did. Soldier morale. To increase the morale, you might want to increase their salary. Now, I'm actually running out of time at the moment, guys, so I'm going to have to probably sort of wind up. I've promised your subjects to do this. The best way to do this was conquer a neighbouring zone. Yep, so that's going to be exactly what we're going to do here. I think what we'll do is we'll do this combat. I'll explain how combat works in the game. This group is trying to break out, so we do need to sort of stop this one. We're not at war with them, so I'm just going to go and sort of spread out a little bit with these units, which are not all that great at defending, but I'll still just sort of spread out that way. We need to sort of stop them from moving. Let's get back into this other zone. These guys are still sort of floating around. These group are now wandering in as well. Let's just go back across. So we're now getting pressure from the neighbours. Just move back a little bit. We don't know what this group is. This is some sort of territory. Totenus territory. Could be anything. Could be arachnids. Could be sentinel robots. Could be all sorts of stuff. Keep the others where they all are. Keep them where they are. Now, this one, I don't think I'll bother using this one with this particular attack. We're not going to need it. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to go and push down into here and then push straight into here. So we do actually have recon here of 94. We do need to get to 402 for this particular hex. And if we have a look at the planes in through that side there. So we have pretty good information about what's actually in that particular location. So nothing much we really need to be doing there. This one here is quite weak. This is 1100 fanatics, but these are not very strong. And we actually surround them. So I'll go through the way the combat works. It's actually a really nice system again. Again, he's done such a great job. So Durazane saying, awesome, I have developed a pretty bad addiction to Filguri Kingdoms. The game is awesome. Yeah, it is very good. Actually, I'll just show you guys where it is. I did have it open here on my coffee page. So it's just coffee.com/DasTactic. If I just go back into DasTactic. So that's the actual page there. When you go there, any mod I make, I just put on this page now. So just go to shop, and there it is there. So there's the legibility mod. So this one here has just been updated. So this is now if you're playing that one there, you can go and grab that one. Again, just put 0 in there. And away you go. Basically, that's going to then give you. So this one is now updated for Burgers and Bombards DLC. So there was one little change to the fonts that they actually had in the game. So that mod pack is there, and what that one does is it sort of goes and changes the. I don't know if you can see the actual full-on graphics, but it changes the font to make it a bit more legible. This is the only thing that I really did with that one there. So there's that one, and then of course, if you are playing Shadow Empire. This mod pack here still works as well. So this one is Shadow Empire Terrain Icons mod, which is what I'm using here. So that's the one that's showing up all these different icons in through here. So it certainly makes playing the game so much more enjoyable for me anyway. Like I really can't play the game without this mod pack. So it's telling me, for example, this is low sand dunes, this is high sand dunes. These have got different stats for combat. So, if we're going into, this is just plain sand, this is sand dunes as such. So we end up with a different set of sort of, like, it's not that different, I guess. You've got the sand dunes there. I think it's mainly, in this case, it's mainly movement and also the cost to actually then go and build things. Yeah, there's a little bit of changes there, but hardly any difference between those sort of dunes. Where it does impact, though, is these mountains and hills. And again, I'll just go back to my movement again. So in this case, we've got mountains in through here. So this is high mountains, no vegetation, and it's going to have much more entrenchment abilities than anything else. So this is great for infantry. And there's actually, like you can see there's movement type. It's got no access for wheels, no access for tracked, and no access for mobile units. Everyone's pretty much got that. These hills here, though, if we have a look at these are low mountains, and these ones, everything does have movement into these as well, except for rail logistics. We really can't sort of build rail into them effectively. It makes it very difficult to cross mountains and hills with rail. And so in this case, we can move into there with anything. We also have less entrenchment. But being able to tell the difference between a high mountain and a low mountain is really important in the game. So that little mod there will actually tell you. That one's pretty easy to sort of see the difference. But there are often times when the mountains and the hills look very similar. So it's sort of, it's interesting the way it sort of does work. So I was saying for a moment I thought the fonts were still not working in Shadow Empire, but it was just the AI text garbage. I'm not sure what that one is. Anyway, there we go. So so Bloom is saying, hey Daz, how are you? I have a question. When you pick the profiles at the start of the game, are the factions more in line with them in the new DLC? So yes, they are. Yeah, very, very much. It's now with those, there's a lot of correlation between the factions and the political systems. It's so involved and intricate what Vic, the developer, is actually putting in. It is mind blowing. Like when I was seeing it yesterday, I was just absolutely blown away by what he's actually been able to do. Now we still don't have we can't see properly into here. I don't really want to be running around into these locations until I'm actually ready. All right, let's go and do combat. So this is something where I think people gloss over this. So if I just press number 1, we can then sort of see again just with the terrain that we have. We're coming from sand dunes into plain sand there. We're coming from large sand dunes there into the sand plains there as well. Not that matters. It's really where we go that's going to be the thing that's going to dictate what's going to happen. Now, when we hover over this one through here, we can see that the maximum entrenchment is only 50 for any unit that's actually there, and we also have this city even though it's a city, it's also only got maximum entrenchment of 50 because it's only plains sand in through there. So we can expect there not to be that much entrenchment. Now, I want to take both of these in one go. Like as in, within the same phase, if I can do it. I may have to do it in 2, but we'll see how we go. So what I want to do is, the more recon I have on a unit, like if I just go and press number 1 again, the more recon I have, and I've got recon here of 96, which is giving me some information, but not all the information. So getting recon can be really, really important. Actually, one thing we were going to do was build that group now, weren't we? I might just do that now. Yeah, I've got enough industry points to go and do this. Just press number 1. I've actually got pretty good points all the way through from there. So I should be able to just go and build another armoured car. I'll build an armoured car in here. So we'll just go into race formation. Again, we've got independent group at battalion level. And I can now build a full group of buggies. So we're just going to go and do that one. And so we'll raise this formation. And so that buggy is now in there as well. Now it may give me a better, just by doing that, I'm hoping, and I don't know if this is the case, but these little rovers have got recon of 7 for each one of them. And so we've got like a lot more recon. Now it's still only 96. Next turn it would go up. So I thought I might get away with that one. Hi Tenru, how you going? How's the new DLC? It's astoundingly good, amazingly good. It's sort of one of those things where I was just very disappointed with the Ocean Worlds DLC, which I think will be improved, but this one is just amazingly good. Anyway, with the actual groups that we actually have in through here, with the actual combat that we can do, what I need to do is I need to choose a unit to then go and attack this one. Now we know that when we look at this one through here, that it defends at 45, and it's got 90 hit points. So we've got that sort of aspect to it. If I go and grab this unit here, for example, which is just some grunts as well as some machine gunners, and if I go and click on this one here is the grunts themselves. They've got an attack of 68, so they do pretty well against these guys. They've got 69 hit points, and then the whirlwind, the machine gunners, attack at 74, but they defend very, very well. Machine gunners are great in defense. And these have got more hit points because they've got a better base design. So this one is actually just a better model all the way around. And so we're going to, if I go and attack this one in here, so are you sure you want to invade? So we'll go yes.
Order received.
So we'll just go that way. And so we'll just get ready for the invasion. So we're now at war with this faction. So let's just go back across. This is now how we start to calculate the actual combat. The way it works is that really at the end of the day, you can have a look to see what the total offensive modification power is that you have going in. This is actually really the modified offensive power, the rough estimate of the offensive value of the forces modified with all the estimated modifiers. and then they've got this one. This is theirs over here for the defense. So we've got modified offense and modified defense. Now it's sort of showing more. It's more like a 2-to-1, but it's actually showing the odds as just being 1-to-1. But it's more likely going to be 2-to-1, to be honest, at this point in time. We want to try to get this up to around about 8-to-1 odds. Is really what the ideal is here. These are the other groups that are touching this particular area that can then lend themselves into the attack. This is actually what other things. They won't bring these in to defend, but we can bring in more units. Now, if we go from here, I'll just start to explain what a few of these things actually are. So we've actually got, this is actually our readiness levels. So we've got a little bit, the readiness isn't quite good. The grunts have got a negative 23%, but the whirlwinds, the machine gunners, have got no modifier there. This is the readiness level for our own hit points. So we're taking a little bit of a negative for our hit points and a little bit of a negative for our attack values. But then we actually have experience. So we've got plus 23% with the experience. And again, the grunts are not going to be quite as good as the whirlwind. And then we've got this one here as well for the, this is the experience modifier on hit points. So that's sort of, we end up with a slightly better overall result. We then also have the OHQ and SHQ leaders can exert a positive influence on the performance of your troops. And so we're getting a little bit of a boost in there from the leadership. And then we end up having, this is the, so this one is going to do it on hit points. So we've got attack and hit points. That gives me a total sort of, effect there where we end up getting just the leadership as well has got a chance to actually help this one quite a bit. It's a bit of a random one. That gives me then a cumulative modifier of plus 39. So this is all the estimated modifiers multiplied with each other. It gives me like a total, this is the rough estimate of the offensive value of the forces. Both attack and HP are taken into account. So we're going to go in with 700 attack power, which gives me the cumulative strength there of, like if you times that by 39%, you end up with that power there. That's the way it works. Back over here, we have an extra little modifier. This one is actually dug in at 53% because they've actually haven't moved away from those sand dunes. And so they've been able to build up their entrenchment, but they're not, it's not as if they're in hills or mountains or anything like that. So they're sort of stuck in there at 53, which is not fantastic. They have negatives there for their own readiness. Their readiness is not that great. They've got a little bit of experience in through there. So they have a cumulative effect there of plus 50% when you sort of add all those things together. They've got a base strength there of 315, which then gives them, and that's sort of coming from their, is it 1,100 of them, I think, times the, essentially the defensive power that they have. So the defensive power is still reasonable. What we need to do is we need to improve these numbers in here, both in terms of the base attack as well as the attack values for the the base attack as well as the the cumulative modifiers. If I go and click on a unit that's next to it, like if I go and click on this unit here, for example, I'm then getting a whole lot of extra stuff coming back in, and we've gone to nearly 2-to-1 odds in through here. You can see there, this one is showing the concentric attack modifier. Because we've got slight surround, we're coming in from two different angles, we get a little bit of a bonus back on through that side. We also have a bit of a negative in through here. This one is the maximum attacked modifier. So this one is turns negative if you're giving too much firepower to a too little quantity of targets. So the so in this instance, we're actually got a bit of a negative in terms of having too many coming back in. But overall, our actual combined modified offensive power is very, very high. So this is and this has now gone up a little bit for this concentric attack. If I take that one off and attack from the one opposite, I now get a plus 40% because we're now coming in from opposite sides, and so we now actually have 2.6-to-1. Just it's same number of troops participating, but it's actually now coming in from the different angle. We get more. As I add more of these troops in, this is why I like to surround it. We're now 60%. We've got odds of 4.5-to-1, and if I go that one there, we've got 4-to-1. Actually, that should have. It may be that we've actually now committed too much to there, is it? It's not so much that one there. Yeah, that should still be better than what we have. And if we go and throw that one in there, we get odds of 31-to-1. So this is the actual tank unit that we sort of saw there before. The cataphract is just incredibly strong. If I got rid of everything else and just went in with the cataphract, it's 50 to 1. So as I add in other units, it actually goes down a little bit, which is not terrible. I don't mind that. The reason I don't mind this is because I want to crush them, but also I want to make sure that there's other targets other than just the tanks. So we'll actually just do a regular attack with all of these units. So we'll just do this one. Hopefully we get it done really, really quickly.
Engaging enemy.
And I'll explain what we're seeing here. So they retreated pretty quickly. So there's different screens. You've got the battle report back in there, which gives you the actual report of what happened. You've then got the different units, what they did, etc., the troops, etc., what happened there with misses, pins, retreats, kills, etc., with the different groups, and then the modifiers that actually are applied to it. So there's a lot of detail in here if you're wanting to go and do it. And similarly with the defenders, with what's actually happening through there. Just go back out. We've got text value of what's actually happening through there, which again, the battle report is basically, I don't know, like this is now sort of newish to the game. The details show you round by round what happened. We took 4 rounds to go through and actually, finally defeat them with everything that we actually had. And so we actually had like a whole lot of, each unit has got like different things that actually ended up happening. I won't go through in detail how this one does work, but it's the way it works is that when you're attacking something, there's 2 rounds where you've got to close the gap. It's not as bad for tanks, but these guys here, the first round, round 1, if we have a look, for example, at the at one of these grunts, so start of the round, it's going to be counter-attacked. It should actually have, where is it? Movement cost. Can't remember where this one is. That's at the start of the round. Yeah, it's not going to do it. It does take 2 turns to sort of move in. But I can't see what we end up having here. Maybe it's in here somewhere. I forget where all the stuff actually is in here. Again, it's really quite detailed, each actual unit. Grunts, attacks, the fanatics. You can see there the attack score of 12.15 versus defense score of 162. This is really just to see if we get the actual kill in through here. Result is a miss. Oh, here we go. Attack startup, minus 75%. So round 1, we have a minus 75%. They then attacked us back as well. They only had 3 versus our 77. So again, most likely going to be missing. If we go to round 2 and then have a look and see again, if we do the attack in through here, it's now the attack setup is negative 50% when it's coming through to do its attack. It did actually end up then breaking through, which is what this little exclamation mark is, which means that we then start to sort of work in hand to hand. Round 3, we have firing into hex. Yeah, there's no real, we didn't have any real stats there. If we just go to one of the others, actually none of the others are really firing onto anything in particular. The cataphract, though, when we have a look at it in round 1, is attacking fanatics. This one has a less, it doesn't matter as much with what is going on, but we do actually have this landscape penalty of attacking into the sand dunes. So there's a lot of, again, a hell of a lot of information in here if you're wanting to sort of really delve into what can happen. There is a chance, so the cataphract is counterattacked by fanatics in through here. And you can see down there, they've got 1.6 versus a defensive score of nearly 1,000. So there's a 1 in 1,000 chance they're going to kill the tank. And so it's still, I don't like doing it because it's not really acceptable odds, particularly because I can't replace them. So there is a slight chance that will actually be what actually happens there. And so that's the attack versus defense. But by the time the modifiers apply, it then sort of becomes a bit more of an issue with everything else. As we sort of get back into round 3 with the cataphract, it's attacking fanatics. It's sort of already now closed the gap in through here. We're getting massive scores. It still missed actually, so that was actually a bad miss. The cataphract should have actually done a lot. If we go back into here, what we see with the numbers here is when we see a white number, it means that it actually fired and actually sort of hit a unit, but didn't do any. It didn't kill the unit. So these are sort of like hits. The red numbers means it's got a kill. Now, only one of them got a kill. These have all been destroyed, and a few of them have retreated. So most of them have retreated, but some of them were destroyed. Unfortunately, like interestingly, our cataphract only got 2 hits. It didn't get any kills. That one got a kill. This one was killed. So we have a whirlwind that was actually ended up being killed by this unit. So that particular group is going to have. It's not telling us what the ID number is. If you can find out what the ID numbers are, you can then sort of see what actually happens there. This is the 1st Machine Gun Infantry Battalion back down here. I can go back into the detail again and go back to the 1st Machine Gun Infantry Battalion and just sort of see where that one gets killed. Yep, so the whirlwind was killed in round 2. So this one was actually killed. So it was attacked by fanatics. And again, it's going to be one of these things where it's going to be just a really unlucky roll that actually ended up getting it. So here we go. This is interesting again. So we've got an attack of 45 versus a defense of 106. After modifications, the attack score is 36 versus defense score of 136. And again, we can sort of see the attack score modifiers and defense score modifiers there. Result is retreat, and then the hazard exposure roll. So 1 die 70, it needs to be greater than 1 die 60 plus 20. And so it suffered pressure loss in its suit, and so 35% chance to avoid death, and it failed. So the end up here was a kill. So it sort of got a hit the Enviro suit, and then the Enviro suit didn't protect the unit from the kill. Oh, so that's essentially what happened there. So it suffered from exposure to the environment more so than the actual damage done by the actual hit itself. So it just is fascinating, this game. Just so detailed. You don't get to see all these little stories unless you really delve into it. SHQ, it's only Chunk was the only one that actually really participated, so he gave a 4%. Sev didn't end up doing anything, so he didn't really sort of help there at all. We've got 2 pages, and so again, these ones got 2 kills in through here. So the 2nd actually did a good job. They did a really good job there. Anyway, that's sort of where that one is. If we just go and click on OK. So we've now forced those to retreat. They've only got one place to retreat to, which is back down in here. These units can now all move forward, and we can still do another attack. You can see the little red symbol there. If I move that one down, let's go and do this. Let's keep this one rolling forward. Cataphract moves down. Move that one in as well. Actually, that one can't move into there. I'll move that one into there. This one can still do an attack. But we now actually have a whole lot of other groups. Now we have this other different one here, this Galactic Republic guy. This is actually from the other group. And so we're now going to add him into the mix. If I attack with him, you'd see I have slightly good odds anyway, just because of who he is and what he's doing. If I then use one of the other units from back over here, what we'll find is we're only getting 2% with our concentric attack modifier. And a large one of this one is because we've actually got units from different groups. And so this one, even though so it actually went down, the odds went down, because we were using, they're not from the same command group. And so if you can do it, where you can use overwhelming odds, but just be aware it is not easy to actually go and do it. So let's go and hit that one pretty hard. So let's just go and I'll get rid of that one for starters, and we'll just start to move these in. So we have a 4-to-1 odds in through there, which is not great. We can bring the Galactic Republic gunners there. We're up to 1.4. And the reason I haven't closed this one off is I want them to have an ability to retreat. If I close it off, they're going to fight to the death, and they're going to stay in the fight for longer. Whereas if I do this other one, they're just going to fight as long enough until they lose heart, and as long as they've got a retreat, they'll then take the retreat. So it sort of makes it ultimately easier. We'll just go around and sort of select all of these different units from around the place. So 1.7, I'll just keep on adding more and more in. We're up to 31 odds now. I don't think I can grab that one, but I can grab that one again and see how the odds now change dramatically down. By bringing that one in, we've got a concentric modifier here of 35. Bring that one in, we go up to 55, but we then have other ones in through here where there's where it is actually ultimately making it worse for us. So I'm better off with these odds here. I have enough infantry to be able to cover the attack. Hopefully we get this one done very, very quickly. So let's just go on and do the attack here. Oh, before I do it, the recon that we actually have through here is we've got 120 recon points. I'm going to not do this one. I'm going to cancel this attack. In this case, what I want to do is I want to have the more recon I can have, the more I know where their troops actually are before we go in, the better off we're going to be. And so the group that I can use to do that is I can go back to these little birds in through here, or whatever they're called, or sunnies, and I can actually do a different attack in here. So I'm going to go across into an air attack, which will actually do a recon as well when it does do it. So I'm just going to do a single attack into this other side. And so they're going to come in and just do one. I can't bring anything else into this one here, but ultimately we want to see this recon go higher. That will then make it easier for our other troops that attack it. So we're just going to do this air attack.
On the way.
Now they may not kill anything, but we want the recon going up. See, the recon is slowly going up.
Whiskey Tango Fox.
And we saw other ones now appear. So we're now getting more information. We only got one hit, no kills, but we did get the recon up to 200. So it just makes it easier for the attack that then goes in. So that's actually, we can do that with different troops as well. Like we can actually just go in and do like a sort of like a minimal attack just to see how we go, and then sort of bounce back out again. We may take some losses, but if we can get that recon right up, there's not as many surprises going in with the actual attack. Now we'll do the assault in here. So I'll just go back to movement again. And now we'll just go and add in all the different group from the same force. So 32 to 1. It's slightly better than what it was before. We know slightly more about where they actually are. So let's go in and do the attack.
Engaging enemy.
Now, this one did get a kill this time. It's got 2 kills. You need to kill them off. The defender held on in this case, and we actually had a whole lot of different units that ended up actually dying. So this was actually a hard attack for us. So we actually ended up, this was a very, very difficult one. We had the intelligence officer that we picked up before is now being killed as well. So we did do some damage to them, but we didn't do enough, nowhere near enough. Our recon has now gone right up, so we now have full recon at the moment on that particular location, and these guys did actually help in that attack. So that was just a really big problematic sort of attack that actually ended up going in there. So it just was, we were sort of underdone, and now we have all these troops which are now need to be fixed up. And so now our readiness is terrible in here. Theirs is also going to be problematic with what's actually happening. But we'll just sort of keep that one going for a little while. Now if we go back into the replacement troops, we'll sort of see there that we need to get 18 infantry, 3 machine gunners. So let's just go and build these up. So I'll go and produce those. And the infantry, we're just going to have to go with as many of these as we can. We're not going to be able to, we can only do 3. So we're a long way off because we actually brought that other group in. All right, so actually did we do that? Replacement troops? Yeah, we've got 3 of them, which is not great. So we'll just go and cancel that one. So we need to now build up the pressure here again before we can go in again to try to dislodge them. But there was a chance with those hits that the tank was going to take damage, but it's not enough to sort of have dislodged it. It's just heaps and heaps of them in here. So now their readiness has dropped as well. When we have a look at this one here, we do have now maximum recon on this one, so we're getting very, very accurate representations in through here. Readiness is still good. If we had artillery, we could actually fire the artillery in. Other thing is now we should start to see artillery go down. The ammo go down. Let's just keep it going. So we'll just go back to the decisions. Guardians offer technology. Concept of the high-speed machine gun. Yeah, we'll do that. Say yes.
Roger that.
This is good, these scavengers. Okay, that's good. That's great, actually. So that's actually the best cockstone. That's is it this one here? Cocksponge, yeah. So they're actually they're selling us technology, which is fantastic. So much appreciated. All right, so we just need to, now this one here, the readiness will still be pretty good on that particular cataphract tank. But we'll just let things sort of develop. So we'll just go and end our turn here. They may attack, but they may not. Yeah, they did. So I don't mind them doing that because they're going to sort of end up wasting their own. We killed 600 infantry. We did lose 400 in that attack. That's fine where we are there. Okay, we've just got different groups there. We've got low treasury now. I can sell things back off to the traders again. We do have a fair bit in here. Let's just go back in and trade. Oh, hang on, they don't have any money. Oh, yeah, there we go, sell. I'll buy 67 off us.
Roger that.
That'll do us. Actually, our food is maximised as well.
Roger
Just sell
that.
them that amount. That'll be okay. All right, and that's all good. We'll just cancel that one. So these are sort of trying to now push their way through. You can see these are also going to be trying to sort of just muscle their way in to different locations. We'll just try to keep them sort of just, you know, blocked in really. We still don't know what these are. So yeah, we're seeing different groups now coming in from the top. And I just need to just keep everything sort of where it is. Now we do actually have these buggies. They're still coming up with their readiness. This group has now wandered off. And again, we don't have enough. The troops still aren't good enough now. We need to still go back in and go back to replacement troops. The machine gunners have been replaced. Actually, no, we still need 200 of those. I might just get one more extra. And the infantry. I get 8. We'll produce those. That'll do us right. So there's still going to be another couple of turns before we can actually then go back in and do the attack. You can see there even with the odds, it really is really different. So saying, Tuna saying how your current model values, the static and dynamic ones, I don't recall their names. Yes, so structural and base. We're doing okay. The machine gunners are the best. The buggies aren't too bad. The grunts are a little bit under. But they're not bad. So nothing's really that terrible. Now what I do want to also then go and do here is move some of these around and reshuffle where we are. Because we're going to be wanting to have all of our actual troops surrounding this particular one. So just keep that one where that is. Again, the readiness is terrible here. If we do get attacked, you know, it's going to be a bit of an issue. Let's just keep it all where this one actually is. So we'll have to, now our oil is terrible here as well. Luckily we don't need it with our tanks, we do need it with these rovers. If I click on that one I can sort of see what they've got. At the moment they've got enough fuel, but they're not moving off. I'm going to have to get another way of actually sort of getting more oil. Just go back to London again and just go back to construction. Our industry is terrible. I think I'm going to have to wait until I get the army. So let's wait until we can actually get the army sorted up before we sort of do anything else. Got one more decision. Scavengers offered trade for machinery. Again, I'm going to go. Yes. Now, how much is it? 13. Yeah.
Roger that.
We'll do that. Absolutely do that. The machinery is worth an awful lot. All right. Let's end our turn here. Attack back this time. gained accomplished envoys now. And discovered a new tech housing. Okay, so we'll utilise economies of scale for constructing housing, etc. 3 new stratagems. Yep, so we'll leave that one where that is. If there's a supply problem, nothing's broken through to surround us at all. So just sitting, it's going to be the fuel. It's going to be the fuel going out to some of these other locations. You can see there, this one here is red. Yeah, energy actually. Oh, we're out of energy. Wow, I've let this one slip. I have let this one slip badly, guys. All right, we're going to go back into construction at London. Start construction of that. Yeah, that I think that got drained away by those attacks. And if we just go back to replacement troops again, I can get 10. I'll produce them as well. That's all of my industry now sort of set up. I want to have a couple of extras just for replacements. Yes, it was the energy. Yeah, this one here didn't get any of it's down to 0 energy, so it really can't do anything. Oh, what it received. It's still actually got some on board, and this one's still got a lot of energy on board as well. It just didn't receive what it asked for. So it can still attack if we need to, but we need to get everything back up and running before we can do anything else in here. So we have incident with lack of action. So this is going to be ignore leader's actions, support leader's actions, or denounce the actions of the leader. Who is this one? The Governor of London. I'll just denounce the actions here.
Understood.
His relation with us has gone right down. National budget. I'm just going to do no changes there.
Order received.
New organisation. Now I do want to get the Interior Council.
Order received.
Just so I can get better units, better men, better people, not just men. I mean men in the matter of mankind. Now we do actually have the Economic Council with housing. Before we do that one, let's have a quick look and see what that means. If we go back into the tech, so housing is here. So you've discovered housing, but research has not yet started. You need the Economic Council to discover the tech. It gives you the ability to construct social housing assets and worker apartment assets. Both will help you retain the populace in a zone. So I don't really need it. There's other things that I prefer to be getting with the like the power plant or the university. There's a few other things that I would like to get before I get that one. So I'm just going to go and go back to the map and not apply that one. So by default, people think, oh, well, that's the only one I've got available, so yeah, I'll go with that one there. I'm going to research nothing, which means that everything keeps on getting put back into discovery. So if I just go back into there, I'll just show what I mean by that. If we go back into here, so we're getting bureaucratic points every turn. If we go back into the way it's then split out, where's that? The Empire budget. So this is the bureaucratic points where they sort of then come in. And so the Economic Council gets 70. And so Discovery, it's supposed to have 0%, but 49 of those get put into Discovery. None of them get put into Research, where there's supposed to be 21% of the total amount. So because we don't have any research targets. So while I've got no research target, it will just put it into Discovery, all of it. As soon as I get a research target, all of it will then end up, because I've got 0% there, all of that will then end up going back into the actual research. So when I find something I need, I can then do the research. It's just a nice little way of tweaking the game. Hi, Byron, how are you going? So let's keep on going here. So we're still trying to build up. I do have enough energy with these to do an attack, but I don't have enough units just yet to. I want to get everything really, really thumping before we go to town with it. So again, Guardians are now offering technology. So Coxmark has envoys Heavy infantry. Wow, yes.
Roger that.
See, we're going to need money. I like this, being able to buy the research. So if we go back into the management again, so the heavy infantry was it heavy infantry? Can't see it there. It was heavy industry. Right, it was heavy, not heavy infantry. Discovered heavy industry. So this one will allow me to then build machinery. So we now actually have that one. So we've got this one discovered. Okay, so it's just a discovery. So we still have to actually research that one. I think I'll still get a few of the other ones before we do anything with that just yet. Let's just go back to the map. And management in here. Yep, sorry, we'll just leave that one where that is. I think that's what we need to do. Let's. Our money situation is not great, but it's still enough. They're attacking back into here, which is fine. Killed 1,400 infantry and we lost 100. This is all going to make our next attack easier. Okay, so your militia forces hold a parade to show their strength and loyalty. Volunteer drive. Okay, that's fine. Charlie Cool River. Yeah, it's dropped to 56. That's all right. I don't care about him. All right. Well, now fuel is 0, so we can't make any fuel at this stage. Energy is still not coming back up either, so we're on 0 there. So we're using everything. We do make a little bit of fuel from the scavenging, but we actually spend it all straight away. Now I don't know what to do here. Whether I should just go straight in. I think now we'll do the attack again now, because we now are fully replenished. So we'll now to go back in with those little sunny craft. Their fuel is actually okay. So let's just go back across into what they need to go and do. We'll just go and do another air attack. Back into here. It's actually more the recon. Let's just do a recon into that location. And so we have recon points here of 1. So it's now diminished a little bit.
Birds are in the sky.
This is better, much better. So we got up to 262. So they're just looking to see what's going on. And I can't quite do another one. So that's sort of slightly diminished. Let's go in now with the attack. Let's go back to normal movement. And we'll just go and apply pretty much everything to it. And again, I could attack with those just to sort of see, again, I can really get the recon right up. To 1, 34, 36. I'll just put it all in. So we want to push them out. So we'll just do this attack. So we do have good recon.
Engaging enemy.
This looks much more healthy. There we go. That's good. So we actually did that one a lot more easily. These guys didn't help at all this time, but the troops did the job. Just want to have a quick look and see what happened on each of these pages. So these guys here got a lot of hits, which would have really sort of severely made them, want to run. There was 1 kill there from the rovers, 1 kill there from the cataphract as well. So a whole range of different things. Some of these sort of ended up retreating back away, but overall very strong. Didn't lose any troops there at all, which is great. So just go and click on OK. And they've now been pushed away from that city, which is really all we need to do. So let's just go and leave that one there. Next turn, they will then disappear, and we'll then have the rest of their town, the rest of their location. If I just go back out there, we'll pick up that one as well next turn as well. Can't quite get these just yet. But that was good. So we've actually, excuse me, now got that particular town, the decisions, militia parade. We need to be able to spend the money, and we're down to no money at all. So let's just go back into trade. Well, why can't we do that? We have to be here. Why can't we do the trade? Oh, because it's a different area. Right, that's better. Sell. So I can sell them. I'll do that. Still got 324 credits available as well. Sell some water and some food as well.
Roger that.
Right, that gets us up again, so we'll just go and cancel that. So we're up to 275. It's not fantastic, but this is important that we keep the militia up.
Order received.
New director for the Interior Council. Now, we've got Charlie Goodriver here. He was only a tier 2. What I think I might do is go back to my strat cards. Actually, one thing I keep on forgetting to do is to go back to the zones and the scientific outpost. Yep, we'll do this one here. We'll execute that stratagem just to get more research. And if we go back to Nation, we have juniors. We have a Merc as well. Two of them. Let's go and execute this strategy here. I don't think they'll be that good at people, but they tend to be better than the juniors.
Order received.
So this is Ronnie. High charisma. That's actually pretty good. I'll put him in charge. He's only cap 2 though. So we'll put Ronnie. Yeah, his suitability rating here. Actually, Charlie's also cap 2. Yeah, look, I'll leave. I'll put Charlie in.
Roger that.
All right, so he'll be in charge of that council. Tariffs, human resources, interior policies. I'll just leave it on default, I think. Just got no changes. So they're wanting a resolution of relations. This is the Pyrotop Union, which is, let's see who that actually is. Down here. Now they are farmers. Okay, we didn't think we'd see farmers. These can be very useful. They'll be loyal, ultimately. Look, I might say yes to that, I think. With the stoner scavengers, it's unknown culture there. Actually, we've got Coxmark and Coxbund. These are guardians, which we're at peace with. They literally like us. That's good. And then Coxmark and here, unknown culture down that way. So your religious fanatics at the top there. And then we've got this religious fanatics as well, which we're just finishing off. So, yeah, that's all good, actually. So we'll actually be friends.
Roger that.
I think that sort of works in better for us in the long term. All right, well, guys, I'm going to have to leave it here. So thanks for watching. And I will actually, so I'll leave it here. I'll be back again tomorrow. And we'll probably just keep on playing more of this, I think. I'm looking forward to it. I'll catch you guys then if you're around. Thanks for watching. But yeah, the DLC is, I'm super impressed with what it does, like just how deep it is. I'm going to have to read more about it and just try to get on top of all the intricacies of it. But it looks very, very good. Anyway, I'll catch you guys tomorrow if you're around.